Alright, welcome back people. How have you been? Happy Thursday everyone. Happy Thursday. And for today we have something very special. Quite special. We will go on a Datacron hunting day. It's like a picnic in this case for us. But yeah, pretty much we will go on a Datacron hunting day. For a lot of time, I have delayed getting the final two Datacrons, and they are quite important because they actually raise your stats. In truth, so basically they are like passive boosts to your stats. But these final two Datacrons, as you will see here over at my legacy, where is it? Here, Datacrons. As you can see, I have them all except for presence ones. Presence ones only increase companion effectiveness in combat, so we eventually need to do those. But the other ones increase your endurance, your mastery, blah blah blah, etc. Stats that basically make you deal more damage. So, I'm also lacking one endurance Datacron over at Osus. But the important ones, the ones that affect damage, properly speaking, the other ones are also present. Oh, cool. Cool, correct. So, the last two here that you see increase your mastery, pretty much. So, we have Rhu-Nuk here, and we have Kesan's Landing, the two stones that we unlocked in recently in previous iterations of the stream, pretty much in previous iterations of the stream, in that sense that you have to unlock the daily zone before you can access them. Well, now that we've done so, we will get them today, hopefully, because they are quite long. So for Rhu-Nuk's one, you need to do here, you'll see that I'll have to consult my phone, because here I have the guide to follow, and even following the guide, it will take some time and some brain work to unlock them. Because in the case of Rhu-Nuk's one, you need to unlock, you need to do 3, that you can see here, 3 relic hunt missions that are quite long, according to this. Okay, so it all starts with this data pad that you see here. So I don't know how it is. I will read the guide as I proceed through it. So they will take some time. And then the other one, see, for example, this person is doing them. So you have to do 3 of them. That one must be the second one. So for the other one, for Kesan's Landing, you need to do a total of 8 geothermal missions, pretty much, to unlock a shield. In the case of this one, you unlock a buff, and it's a very same concept. It's the same concept, pretty much. Okay. So let us begin. I honestly don't know what we are getting into, so let's see what we can do. Let's open the datapad. Attention all forces, relic recovery efforts. Yeah, it's this one. Relic hunt prototype missiles. We've sent the Ashar and the rest of the hidden chain scrambling, but we can do better. Those traitors can't help but bring their favorite relics with them wherever they go. So now's our chance to reclaim some piece of our history. A word of warning. This isn't your typical mission. We have very little to go on to find these relics, so you'll have to do a lot of legwork yourself. If you think you're up to it, read on. I've been searching through manifest data and turned up some leads. Anyone assisting in the recovery of these relics will be permitted to use them while we are stationed on Rhu-Nuk. First up, a prototype missile attachment developed hundreds of years ago by Grace Denko, a storied Mandalorian engineer whose addle-brained descendants ran off with the Ashar. The missile attachment is likely still functional, but it's one of his earlier and less reliable pieces. It was brought to Rhu-Nuk by someone from the Denko line. but that's all I've got. Maybe one of his clan members has info about his last known location. Good luck out there. Tasks: search for information on Kastenko, intel, defeat members of the Asha. Okay, anyways, you get reputation and credits, so it's also like doing dailies. Okay, let's go. First relic hunt. Okay, let's see. Now, where the fuck do we go? Time to consult the guide, because as you can see, it doesn't indicate you where the fuck to go. So, I'll read from the guide that I also have here. The first step on the figurative mountain you're about to climb asks you to recover an Ashad datapad, which drops from Ashad clan enemies. Here's where mine drop, but I think any enemy that's part of the Ashad clan can drop it. Dang! So pretty much you have to kill random mobs somewhere. Okay, you have to kill random mobs. See, I told you it was going to be confusing, but it's pretty much like that. Excavation, waterworks, outpost delta. I don't know. Well, let's go here. It's as good as any. You can recover which drops from Ashad clan enemies. Okay, here's where mine dropped. Okay, but it can be any. So, freight center. Well, first we have to randomly kill mobs until we find it. Pretty much. Pretty much. So, let's see. Then there's a labyrinth, people, huh? Are those Ashad? No. Hidden chain, cutthroat. No, it has to be Ashad. Any Ashad enemy, in general. Ashad. Hidden chain. These ones have to be for the second one. Hidden chain, no. Ashad for now. For now it has to be Ashad. Okay, here, they should be here. Let's see. Well, if I don't find them here, I'll have to find them on foot. Let me see. They had to be somewhere over here. This is why people don't do this Datacron generally. So you have to find a specific kind of mob. Hang on. More or less give me the zone where he found them. Freight center. More or less. More or less freight center. The question is where it is. It's a labyrinth. Hollow chasm, overgrown mining site, lapidated hollow chasm, burden. No, but here we are. Overgrown mining site. It's like this, people. Do not fret. We will find our way eventually. It's like this. This is Datacron hunting, people. Pretty much you will be lost because they are like either it's difficult to access or something like that. Overgrown mining tunnel, reach crest mining tunnel, beta network, water treatment. No. Let's try another transport point, another drop point. Let me see.
Ready for departure.
Waterworks, excavation, machines. Hang on.
Enjoy your stay.
Let me scan the map. It needs to be right at the center. Freight center. I mean, or not, or maybe it's just here. No, there's a boss. If I remember, reconstructed combat area. No, these are bosses. Freight center, right there. Machine scrapyard. Let's go. Perfect. So over here, there we should find the mobs that we are looking for. Let me see. Then it's a matter of random luck. You have to kill until you find. 'Cause, 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 'cause the correct. So he found them over there. So more, but any Ashad mob should help, should count for it. But let me see. Ashad, hidden chain, hidden chain, hidden chain. They're all hidden chain. I bet then we'll have to kill those, but let me avoid those mobs. Stupid. Here we go. So it should be down here. Uh-huh. Hidden chain. No. I know they are Ashad. Look at that. Like, below their names. Could it be? Ah, okay. So it's below their. It's like below their names. You can see that they are. Clan Haradir. Maybe it has to. Hidden chain. Yeah, but look. Clan Haradir. Clan Haradir. Clan Varad. Ah, okay. So it's like the clan below the name. It's like in the case of. You can see that I have my title, my legacy title, and my guild. It's like the legacy title for them. Okay. Okay, so it can be any that has that. These ones? Barad, Darmanda, blah 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 blah. No, it has to be Ashad. Varad, Harangir. Okay, so it can be any. Darmanda, Haragir. There we have one Ashad. One Ashad. So you just kill the mobs. Nothing. I wonder what's the drop rate. Oh, 3 Ashads. Good. This is exactly what I need. 3 Ashads. So triple the possibility. Let's see. Common sense indicates that this should do it. Or not. Darmanda, Varad. No. Dang. Hidden chain quest. So Ashad. Do the beasts there, those ones, do those ones count? I don't think so. I think it needs to be like a human opponent. I don't think those mobs have a data pad on them. It wouldn't make sense, lore-wise. Very much. Let's. Well, I got a nice achievement. Moon Bajir. Defeat of the hidden chain. What the fuck is this hidden chain thing? It's like part of the quest, I guess. Okay, but no sign of the data pad. Or I wonder if they respawn randomly or if it's hidden chain. Ashad, there's one there. Hidden chain lore keeper. Okay. Oh, we got more down there. Look at that, people. Clan Barad, Clan Haragir, Clan Haragir, Darmanda. No. Okay, I'll mark the location so I can come back later. Okay. What about those? Haragir, 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 Haragir. No. Harangir, I guess. I don't know. Harangir, Darmanda, Harangir, Barad. Then I will have to do it for the rest of them. I can see how it's going to be. Darmanda, Barad. No. I'm beginning to see how it's going to be, people. Then I will have to do it for the others. Dang, this is shit. I see why people don't do this Datacron. They are not like normal Datacrons that you just go to the location and maybe there's a puzzle or something like that. Okay, let's try the tunnel that the guide had more luck with, maybe. I know, but in this case they are not like the correct clan. At least the mobs here are quite powerful in comparison. Shake it up. It's way too early to die. We've just started the quest. Yeah, I know. And what about those? Harangir, and two Ashad. Okay, two Ashad. That's the important part. The mobs are quite powerful in this zone, huh? In comparison. What? That one is not taking fucking damage. What? Alright, no, it's a boss. What about you? Please drop that data pad once and for all. Green? Maybe the data pad is green? I don't think so. It has to be yellow. I think it has to be yellow, people. Okay, I'll need Crushing Darkness for this one. No. I got a decoration, though. Okay, I got a decoration. Doesn't matter. Let's see. Let's keep looking for enemies until... Now I see, I'm beginning to understand the problem of what's going to... is that it's a random drop to proceed with the quest. You need a random drop to proceed with the quest. We got one shot here, so many Harangir. Now I see that when I have to do Harangir one, I will need a shot. I will only find a shots. So let me guess, we'll have to do the 3 clans because there's 3 relic hand missions. And here we go back here. We go back here. Shit. No. So it can be like any enemy in general. Do they respawn randomly? Harangir, Ashad. Okay. We got one Ashad here. Another Ashad there. What about you? Yes! Jackpot. Finally. We got it. Intel. Examine the Ashad datapad. Okay. Jackpot. We got it. We got the first one, people. We got the first one. We got the first one. It took only 20 minutes. It's okay. Plus the intro. Not so much. Okay. Mission items. Here. Besides the typical HK thingies that remain there forever. So, and the beep launch there. Ashad's lore datapad. No, this datapad contains recent correspondence with Kazdenko. You know I'm no coward, but it's clear we're fighting a losing battle here. It's time to get off Rhu-Nuk and regroup. I have too much news to let those Visla worshipping traitors to get their hands on rest missile attachments. So I want to low. Well, high is more appropriate to lay low. Till the moment is right and I can get it off this rock safely. You are welcome to come with me. You know the place that overlook near the waterfall station. Intel, examine the Ashat's data, but how do I examine it? It's probably what the other player was doing going back there. It's probably what the other player was doing going back there. Hang on. Outpost Delta. Where? No, here. DAC maintenance network. It's probably what the other player was doing there. You have to go back to the starting point to examine them. Let me check with the guide. Okay, so the datapad dropped. Datapad tells you to go to a specific high point in the dilapidated waterworks, though it's not the same as the transmission location for the what's in the works mission, though you can see it from that spot. The above image contains the location you need to reach, so skip the next two images if you just wanted a hint. What? Okay, no, we have to go. Dilapidated waterworks. It's like this, people. It's like this. It's probably the. These are the two probably. These two are probably the most confusing Datacron server. So let's see. So it sends you to a location. The datapad sends you to the location that we read. I don't know how someone would figure out the location out of that general description. Let me repair my gear after doing all of this. You know the place, that overlook near the waterfalls I showed you. That overlook near the waterfalls where I showed you. Okay, so here I have the location. It should be more or less over there. So we now just follow this route. Eraser, what the fuck are we doing today? What the fuck are we doing today, Eraser? What a weird thing to stream. It's lovely. It's Datacron hunting, people. Besides, these are the two most difficult ones. The ones that you have to do the most steps. So, we of course kill anything in our way. There we go. Aha! Kazenko, there you are. Now we'll kill you. And we search. Oh, what? He's still alive. That was bugged. Notes to self. The part that two of them appeared was quite interesting. But well. So, notes to self. These notes are obviously missing content to anyone other than Cass. For 127 3321 replace resonance capacitors. Replace resonance capacitor mom's birthday in 2 weeks to get records from comms tower building contact by wrong match. This note continues for several screens. It appears as though Cass may have some secure data on the terminal comms over at the tower building. Cass Denko is there, but he attacks you, so you have to defeat him and take his stuff, including notes to self, which gives you the next clue. This is like playing finding the treasure. There are two pieces of relevant information here, though only one is useful now. You'll want to head toward the comms tower in the overgrown mining site, but you'll find what you are looking for at the mainframe terminal in the area that connects to the comm tower, the reclaimed mining site. You don't have access though, so you need to find Cass security access card, which is thankfully not too far away. Okay, so we have to find his security card. I don't know how the fuck anyone was supposed. Reclaimed mining facility. So we have to go to reclaimed mining facility. Okay. Question is where it might be. So we find it. Rich Tunnel Network. Burden Prime. Dilapidated Congo. Burden Ravine. Outpost Delta. I don't know how anyone was ever supposed to figure out where the fuck to go. This could have taken days for anyone to figure out. Hollow chasm. That overgrown mining site, excavation site. No, we need to fight reclaim mining facility. Reclaim mining facility. Okay, it's this one. Overgrown mining site. Excavations. Here. Okay, so through here, I presume we go through here, and there we go. Okay, more or less, we have to go here. We'll teleport here, excavation overlook, and we go then to the east of our location, to the northeast of our location. Okay, I'll leave that there. Let's see how many lost people are here, probably for the same reason. So we go through here, we go to the excavation facility. I see some excavating machines here, so that's always a good sign. And if the notes guided me correctly, yes, there, the reclaimed mining facility. It's like this, people. We need to have patience. This is like playing Find the Treasure. Yo, how's it going, Patrick? How's it going? Now I'm not the punctual one. Kick W. No, no problem, no problem, bitch. No problem, no problem. Whenever you like drop by the stream down. No, thank you. Yeah. Today I was punctual for the first time in a long time. Pretty much because we are doing treasure hunting. We are going to hunt a treasure. This is why I say this is the best game ever created, people. You can do everything. So we need patience as we are looking for this long hidden treasure to unlock the final two. These are the two hardest Datacrons to unlock, so we need to have patience, people. Pretty much both of them will take me. You find nothing of use? What? Well, then where's the fucking... the security access? You need to find cast security access card, which is thankfully not far away. Once you have it, return to the encrypted network access terminal. Okay, give me the location. Okay, so first you have to find this. Hang on. First you have to find the mainframe terminal. The mainframe terminal. Okay, so you have to interact before you come back and search that container, basically. So it's like that, people. It's like that. Patrick, if today you have any debates, it's the perfect day because I'm just hunting a treasure, basically. That will take me a lot of time. So it's a relaxed day of hunting a treasure. Yes, I waited to unlock. See how many people are lost here. Well, this poor player seems to be disconnected as in the middle of a mob crew. Looks like I found what I was looking for. Powerful pheromones? What the fuck is this? Maybe it's useful later. Storage container? You find nothing of use, and they attack you. No, but I have to find the mainframe terminal first, which is that one, I think. There we go, the mainframe terminal. The other person there is probably also consulting the guide, as I am doing it. So it's like that, people. We'll have to do 3 of these hidden chain quests. It's basically finding treasure. So fortunately, the thing is that he's probably alt-tabbing, the person that you saw there. Please insert valid credentials. Okay, so we have to find the credentials in this zone. We'll have to do 3 of these before we access the first Datacron. Then we go to Kesan's Landing and we have to do 8 geothermal quests to find to unlock the other Datacron. Okay, so we have to search the crates. I am beginning to see the point, killing everything in the area. It's like that. Some of them are random drops. These are the 2 hardest Datacrons to unlock, so you need to have patience because it's like that. It's like it relies on luck to fix them. Looks like the person already consulted the guy that is moving again. Nothing of use. Here, this one I already looted it. So basically, it has to be one of these crates. You find nothing. It's random drop. So pretty much. No worries, Patrick, about being about punctuality. That's it. There's another person suffering this. Maybe it's that one. I don't know. I will interact with everything in in the area, pretty much. Nothing of use. Search for cast Denko's reports. Yeah, but for that first you need the credentials. So it's like this, people. It's like this. This is a hidden chain. It's the first time I'm doing a hidden chain quest. What about here? Nothing. Here, maybe. There's another crate. Find nothing. You find nothing. See how many lost people are trying to do the same thing. You find nothing. It has to be one of the crates. What about this one? This one? Can you interact with this? No. That one? So it's like this, people. Pretty much. So no. They will all be like this. Like it's like searching for treasure. And since they are random, it's like they can take a lot of time. So let's see. But the reward will be worth it. A 10 passive stat boost mastery Datacron. Pretty much. Okay, Patrick, today is the perfect day for debate day because today is debate day unleashed because as I search for the treasure here, I will be lost like this for lots of hours. After this one, I have another one, so yeah. So how would you encourage students and people to achieve their maximum potential in school or in life? Hungarian people are the polar opposite of perfectionism. So this term was unknown to me. No, what do you mean that is the opposite of perfectionism? What do you mean? You get achievements, as you can see. We are at 100 defeated enemies as part of the hidden quest chain. What do you mean that perfectionism never existed? Hey, we did it! Or no? Maybe it's this one. No. It's not that one. What do you mean that perfectionism doesn't exist for Hungarian people? I bet there's a lot of people there who also have a sense of perfectionism. Why not? Well, we learn how to cheat in schools before we learn how to learn efficient, if it makes sense. No, what do you mean? Sense with double S. Uh, no, what do you mean? That you are taught to cheat. No, how? No. To achieve their maximum potential in school and in life, people are the polar opposite of perfect. No effort. Effort is seen as useless. That is terrible. That is terrible. Well, for starters, you can try to go to Japan, I guess, in that sense. But no, in that sense, well, perfectionism. How to encourage self-improvement, at least. Well, here, pretty much, the thing is that as people should rightfully tell their children, pretty much as you are mentioning, and school is the same, here people tell children generally if they are not absolutely deficient parents, the normal thing is to tell them that with enough effort, uh, nothing should be impossible. That effort pays off under average normal circumstances. So it does make sense to put in effort in that sense. For a child, I would encourage the child to watch either Dragon Ball Z or Naruto, the first seasons. If he's a child, so I don't bore him and he gets a more graphical example of effort, or Japanese series in general that encourage that. But once the person is a bit more mature, well, the person needs to can easily understand without using a children's TV show that life is pretty much that, regardless of country. If anyone who tells you that you can achieve something in life with no effort is either one, a criminal, second, someone who is trying to manipulate you, or both of them combined, pretty much, which is generally the case. A criminal who is also trying to manipulate you. By criminal, I don't mean someone who grabs a gun and kills people only, like an assassin. I just mean a candy dealer, a candy dealer, anyone who pretty much maybe I'm doing something wrong. You find nothing of use. Maybe I'm doing something wrong, people. Hang on, let's go back to the terminal. I gotta be doing something wrong. Ah, okay, now we're... There are a lot of people to whom perfectionism, who are perfectionists, but due to our education and school system, which is led by a fucking cop, not even a teacher, okay, everyone suffers through schools because the teachers were underpaid, and your classmates mostly unfiltered criminals. Okay. So schools have like no filter at all. I see. Okay. Okay. Okay, yes, we have to find the data pal. It's okay. It has to be a random loot. You find nothing of use. It must be a random loop. What if I just... If it's a random loop, if I just go between the crates, it should be faster, in fact. So pretty much, that's why there are so many lost people in here. Okay, so schools have no filtering whatsoever. They let criminals go to school. Here we have like separated schools. I witnessed a few beatings. From the teachers as a child. Also. Okay. Well, no, it's a... Under those circumstances, if I were born in... with such context, I would try moving at least to the capital, to Budapest, Patrick, if possible in the future, because I'm sure at the capital those things doesn't happen. Those are things that generally happen when you are far away from the main urban centers, anyways. Huh? But anyways, it's weird that for that to happen in a European country, like all of those things are like pretty clear crimes under all European treaties of like is violating human rights, and well, you could get expelled from the European Union, and that involves losing a lot of money. So yeah. Okay, so the teachers are cops. They don't filter the criminals. They don't filter the criminals, you say. And everyone suffers through the schools because the teachers are underpaid and your classmates aren't filtered criminal. Okay. Okay, that's tough. That's very, very tough, if I have to be honest. Here, criminals go to special schools, like inside of a prison. Like inside of a prison, in that sense. Rightfully so. They need to be separated from the other ones. Here we have such problem in very poor zones as well. Well, as I said, our Minister of Education is a police officer in civil. Okay, okay, okay. Pretty much. Pretty much. Pretty much. Okay, so how do you encourage getting out of that situation? We have something similar here with some youngster criminals that, yeah, not where I am because I am at the capital. So, but yes, in the interior provinces. In those cases, first I would separate the ones that committed crimes and go to a jail, and hopefully there they can educate themselves from the people who didn't go, who aren't criminals. First separation. Then, to encourage perfectionism, it's a very tough cultural shift. It's a very tough cultural shift, Patrick, in that sense. Huh? How would I go around trying to do so? Mm, well, besides it's so widespread. Fines. I would apply fines to the parents. I would hit their pockets at that point. Anyone who's verified the children under his care commits a crime has to pay a fine. Has to pay a fine so high that it will remove any intention. It will dismantle any intention. It will erase any intention of not caring about their children, as to tell them that effort in life achieves nothing, in that sense. Meritocracy. I would say I would try to encourage meritocracy. How will you encourage students and people to the maximum potential in school or in life? People are the polar opposite. Through meritocracy. The person who performs well has to be rewarded. The person who doesn't perform well, and deliberately commits crimes and etc., has to be punished. How? Economically, pretty much. Uh, and well, at that point it will be tested if the population is willing to change. Through education, it requires a lot of education. Well, a certain amount of fine sounds cool, but you torture the child too with that. No, not the child, the parents. The fine is to the parents, not to the child if he's under 18. It's to the parents of the child, not to the child, not to the child, to the parents, The ones that need to change are the parents first. They need to be educated. In what? In meritocracy. But the parents feed the child. Well, the parents feed the child. But if you want to encourage meritocracy, you have to. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, Chaotic Chemistry, for being the 62 follower of the stream. I don't know if you played Star Wars The Old Republic uh, a lot, if you're a returning player or anything. Hi there, how's it going? Thank you from the bottom of my heart for visiting my stream. Are you a Star Wars The Old Republic player? You play from the from the good old days, from the launch day of the game. I am a returning player from 2015, and basically I return after 10 years to do. Nice. I don't play Star Wars. Eh, I've actually found your channel by the philosophy tag. Ah, okay, okay, okay. Well, you'll feel right at home. It's generally not how people find the stream, but true. I have the philosophy tag that I love. Yeah, yeah. We debate here on stream every single day. Regarding the fine, Patrick, precisely you can see that I debate a lot here with Patrick, who is one of my oldest viewers and friends, and pretty much, um, yes, we debate about philosophy, about moral philosophy and metaphysics, all of that. I'm a realist philosopher from Thomas Aquinas. Hey, what's this? Maybe it's this one. Hey, I found it, people. It wasn't in the crates. It wasn't in the crates. It was right there. So I do think, as I debate about philosophy, I play the games and etc. Chaotic. Well, you are one of the few people who found it through the philosophy tag. Yeah, it's the third time that it happens to me. It's the third time that it happens to me. Also, you're a Catholic. Well, that's a long story. Patrick, now I reply to you, Patrick, but the parents feed the child. I understand it, Patrick, that the parents feed the child. But if you want to encourage perfectionism and you are telling me that the students go to jail and mix up with people who didn't commit crimes and everything, you say the fines hurt the child. But you need to educate the parents first. Otherwise it's impossible for the child to it's damn near impossible. It's damn near impossible. How? Otherwise, would the child discover meritocracy? You need to encourage the meritocracy, and as an old Roman saying says, the fault is not of the pig, or but the person who feeds the pig, and the person who feeds the pig is the farmer. In this case, the parent. And the parent is the one that needs to understand meritocracy. I wouldn't apply the fine so the parent doesn't have enough as to feed their children. It would be like extra labor outside of work hours, something like that. Something like that. So every day they can be reminded of the responsibility that they cannot of the responsibility that they cannot behave like teenagers once they have children. So I would go for the fine. You tell me you torture the child with that too, but it's the only way to encourage meritocracy, and it's not on the child; it's on the parent. The child then we can provide him food at school if we apply the fine to the parent. The child is fed at school, for example. You can do that, but the parent has to pay a fine. The parent needs to understand meritocracy and that his actions affect the child. Also, you're a Catholic. I am an atheist, but I am an atheist in the sense that I do not believe in God, as I'm not convinced by God being the argument of the origin of the universe as sufficient, but I do agree culturally with Catholicism. I am a monarchist conservative. I'm from Argentina first. Let us begin with that. I am from Argentina, which is the biggest Italian diaspora outside of Italy. Basically, we are 60% Italians and Spaniards in that sense. Um, and because of that, yes, we are directly descended from Italy, Roman Catholic, pretty much. Interesting. You're the first atheist scholastic I have ever met. I am. Indeed, I am scholastic. I culturally support all of the things that Thomas Aquinas has said. I do support as Italian. I am dual citizenship. I am dual citizen. Sorry, I am both Italian and Argentine. I am dual citizen. I am from Argentina though. I was born here, and yeah, pretty much I have the European citizenship there, but I am from here. So yeah, highly Roman Catholic country, pretty much. I am scholastic. I do believe that Christianity and Western culture derived from the Roman Empire have brought a lot of advancements alongside Christianity and religion eh, to society and etc. And while I am atheist, I do not deny the importance of religion in society and precisely Roman Catholic Christianity. That's nice. I'm your neighbor here in South America. As I'm Brazilian. Okay, 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 okay. You are a neighbor of mine. You are the first person from South America who discovers my stream. Okay, okay, okay. You are the first person from South America that discovers my stream. It was going to happen eventually. Most of my audience is from Europe and the US. Yes, 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 yes. Because due to the fact that I stream in English is because of the language difference. Okay, okay, you are my neighbor from Brazil. You are my neighbor from Brazil. I don't like football, huh? Chaotic. I don't like football at all. Don't. I know that our countries go crazy about it. Yours with the 5 World Cups and mine with three. I don't like football. I don't like football. I don't like football. I don't like football. I don't like football either. Lol. You understand my feeling, then you understand my perfect feeling of torture of living in South America. Pretty much with all of that. Just so you know, I am not representative of what most Argentines are going to be, but I guess I am one. I'm not very representative of that. So yes, I am a scholastic. I am a scholastic. At least you guys are good in it. Chaotic Patrick here is my very very good friend. Like a lot of them that you'll see that they drop by the stream occasionally from Discord as well. He's from Hungary, as I told you. Most of my audience is from Europe, and well, pretty much we are mostly conservative. But I have no problem. I have a liberal viewer from Poland called Pillow. In that sense, so it's not about that. I use philosophy as to explain reality. And you are also Italian. Who are you? Who are also fanatic about football? Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know. I know. I know. I know. I know. Well, but your country has the 5 World Cups and more of an international image uh, of liking the football. Mine as well. Both of our countries are like crazy about it. I don't like. Well, it makes. I cannot believe it. I found. I found my Brazilian counterpart in that sense, because in that sense, no, nobody, everyone here likes football. They climb public buildings as now we have the World Cup this year. We're going to be tortured. At least you guys are good at it. You say, Patrick. Well, pretty much, but it becomes a torture, Patrick. Trust me. I'm personally not a conservative. I think I am more of center left person. Okay, okay, no problem, no problem. I do not insult. You can see it here. No one is going to insult or anything. You might, yes, listen to unpopular things. You might listen to unpopular things, depending on the perspective, but never insulting. I have. You can check out all of my YouTube bots in 4 years. I think I've never insulted ever anyone, perhaps with one exception, which is Barack Obama. No one else. No one else. That person, yes, specifically due to the channel has a deep lore, as you can read from the panel. It's not the channel that you discovered one day. Finally, a guy with different opinion who is not Pillow, says Patrick. Well, with Pillow, you will love Pillow if he appears. The thing is that he's working. He's a bailiff from Poland. So Obama, so is Obama a hidden? It's probably your message was held probably due to those words. I have to uh, auto mode some words. Try to add a space to them. Add a space to the words in one of the letters. It's not. I have to stop those because the algorithm detects them and you can get banned. So Obama. So it's Obama a hidden lul. Write the word but with a space. Doesn't matter which one it is. Oh, I see. No matter, no matter. Write the word, no problem, but just with a space, so it's not detected by the algorithm because I can get banned and etc. Also, the word viewers or followers, if you ever,
Ready for
if you
departure.
ever write them, they will also be censored because
Vehicle
bots
set.
attack my channel. I hit affiliate last year and ever since, and even before, bots have been attacking and attacking and attacking. Try to add a space to the word. I generally block very severe insults in that sense, which must be. I cannot see them. Let me check them. Ah, no, I can reveal them. Hang on. I have a way. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. What you wrote is here. Let me rewrite your message. Well, I knew one day this was going to happen. That word that you see there, people, that obviously I'm not getting banned by it, but it's to block my own compatriots because it's in Spanish. It's not in Portuguese because in Brazil people speak Portuguese. It's in Spanish. It's boludo. That word is the most typical Argentine insult that you see there. Uh, the original meaning of that means anyone who has balls, like testicles. And it's an insult. It's like calling someone stupid. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. He's an absolute pollute of that. Yes, he is. Indeed, chaotic. Yes, he is. Indeed, it is. But yes, no. I've said other things. I've said that he did a genocide by omission with abortion. He didn't approve abortion. By the way, people, it was in the 70s, if I'm not mistaken, in the United States. But the worst part of Obama and the philosophy part of the channel we discussed precisely is that he encouraged children to hate their parents. That's what I can. That's what I cannot forgive him about. Imagine being offended because people say you have big balls. Indeed. It's actually that the meaning that few people know. It's actually that. It's actually that. But it's an insult. It's also an insult here. It's like calling someone stupid. That one is like the Argentine equivalent of a stupid. Though here we are much worse with insults. Argentina, in that sense, is quite brutal with insults. Because no, here for example, an insult is calling someone gorilla. Calling someone gorilla is a very typical insult. It's actually right wing. For example, if a left wing people wanted to insult me, he would call me gorilla. It's not about how savage you behave. You can be perfectly well mannered. It's about being conservative. Why? Because gorillas kill other apes. Uh-huh. They get along with other gorillas, but they kill other species of apes. So it does make sense in the thing is that it's so old that no one knows about it. In that sense, but a gorilla is strong and dominant at least. Yeah, Patrick, but it kills like other types of monkeys. So he's kind of like, well, they try to make that's the equivalent of a conservative because they think that a conservative, wrongly, uh, they think that we like get along with other conservatives and attack any other species. It's like that the equivalent in that sense. In that sense, but well, pretty much, yeah. I think Obama, the worst part of him is that he encouraged something called relativism, chaotic chemistry. This is the part of the stream about philosophy. I'm a scholastic realist. I, of course, believe objective reality exists and can be achieved in that sense, Um, and that goes against relativism and what Immanuel Kant started developing in the 1600s in the territory of Prussia, that Patrick here loves so much to listen to me talk about. But it's basically that. I am a realist, and because of that, it simply means, with the panels that you see written down here, that for me, objective reality exists, and our opinions are perceptions of it. And perceptions can be either close or far away from describing an objective reality which exists. And with that, I analyze games, and as well, I talk about all of these things, pretty much. I graduated from a Roman Catholic high school, and I support all of the good things that Roman Catholicism has brought to society, pretty much. There are a lot of other interesting things to back this up. For example, because nowadays our world is relativist, as you know. Everyone will say, this is my opinion, and that is yours, and that's pretty much it. My argument against that is that out of two metaphysical perceptions, they can never have equal metaphysical value. I studied metaphysical philosophy, pretty much. So they cannot have equal metaphysical value. Even by 0.0000001%, one perception will be closer to describe objective metaphysical reality, which exists. I like Kant. I think he's interesting. I also like David Hume, John Locke, Schopenhauer. Well, they are all relativists. Pretty much all of the ones that you mentioned are relativists. Kant is the father of relativism. David Hume and John Locke are like the incarnation of British empiricism. I think they were British. John Locke, I also like him. I think he said some good things because precisely he wasn't completely under the relativist influence of Kant. David Hume, yes, he was completely relativist. He was like a British version of Immanuel Kant, honestly. That's why you must like him if you like Kant. And Schopenhauer is Danish. I think that yeah, pretty much he's the epitome of relativism. So yeah, I am like previous to the 1600s in that sense. That's why I'm a monarchist. I am against my country being like a presidential republic. I like monarchies, like the UK. There's also a detail, which is that I am an Anglophile. I like the United Kingdom, even with the Falklands conflict and all of that. I know. Uh, that's why we're called gorillas, a lot of Argentines. Uh, I would support for the UK to take Argentina, no problem. I say this openly, and I wish it would have happened so I could be British. So yeah, you can see why I say a lot of disclaimers before people get to me. I don't insult though. Do you like Albert Camus, the master of Thomas Aquinas in that sense? So in that sense, well, you love Pillow, for example, if you like all of those. You love Pillow from Poland. He's sadly he's not. He generally arrives later in the stream because he's working.
Destination.
He loves all of the relativist
Say.
philosophers, and we debate, and he's pretty much like that. I think absurdism is good for many people. You like Camus. Well, your English is nearly perfect, but if you want to live in the UK, you should learn some Arabic. Patrick, you tell me that I should. Well, I have no problem. My real name is of Arabic origin, so I'm not Arabic, but it's from Arabic origin. It's Emir, it means prince, because one of my chaotic. If you like, you can listen to my migration history, because what Patrick here said makes no sense without knowing that. Basically, um, Camus is different, not the teacher. That one was Magnus, right, Patrick? Magnus, Albert Magnus. Ah, no, I know which one you are talking about, Patrick. I know it's another. Okay, okay. Yeah, 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 yeah. Although absurdism may not work for everyone, especially if you have thoughts about and a living. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. The depression. Okay, no, sorry, Patrick, about that one. Magnus, Albert Magnus, was. there, someone like that. I always forget the first name. Camus is a nihilist, but like a cool one. He didn't stress or he wasn't depressed. Well, more like a stoic in that sense. Huh? Camus was a man, or no, no. Okay, okay. He didn't stress over anything. Worry about the launcher. I'll get out of here really before we know it. Trust me. Okay, we'll chase the rest of the Datacron. So chaotic chemistry, basically, just to so you see why he said that about her. Yeah, pretty much. I uh, I have one Syrian bloodline, basically. That's why I have an Arabic name. And the second one is Christian. His philosophy was something like life is meaningless, but that is beautiful. No, okay, okay, okay. I can get it. So basically, that I have like one Syrian branch, and the other one's two Italian, one Spaniard, typical Argentine. So that's why I have the Italian citizenship. But basically, that's why my real name is Emer. Emer, like prince. It means prince in Arabic. And then a Christian is my second name. So the full name, ironically combined, means a Christian prince, basically. And even more ironically, even if I am completely culturally aligned with Roman Catholicism, I do not find God and the theory of the movable mover of Thomas Aquinas as an explanation sufficient enough as to explain the fabric of the universe. But besides that, I do agree with all of the positive thoughts and ideas that Roman Catholicism has added to society in that. Yes, and that makes me completely conservative and even worse. Well, worse, even more dislodged from what we have in South America, because in South America there are no monarchies. I support monarchies, like the UK, above all, uh, like in most of Europe, Norwegian, Danish, Spaniard. The Italian one was dissolved in the 1700s, uh, pretty much. And well, in the case of France with the French Revolution, so pretty much. But I support monarchy. Why? Why? Not because I want to censor people and be a Nazi like the left says in the United States with the Democrats and Obama and no, no, no. The mustache man from Germany was a relativist. That's my main argument. Stalin as well was a relativist. My argument is that European monarchies, in fact, split the faculties of the executive into two, precisely giving less power to the executive, and that makes it less likely to have a dictatorship than in republics like we have, in fact. Mm. If we establish a direct comparison between a prime minister in Europe and our presidents here, our presidents have much more power because they have much more faculties by only holding the executive power rather than the legislative as well. In the case of European monarchies, the faculties, the overall amount of faculties of the executive are split into two, between the monarch and the prime minister. So I think because of that, because you are splitting the faculties into two, for example, the prime minister can declare a war, but cannot control the taxes, like the king can declare the war, but cannot, like the prime minister, increase the taxes. They are split, so I think that adds a lot of balance. That's why I support monarchies. It's not due to the modern, silly, stupid, shallow argument of saying, "Oh, you want a dictatorship." No, no, no. You can have a perfectly constitutional monarchy. I am a monarchist, basically. And regarding philosophy, I am a realist. As I told you, I believe objective reality exists. Regarding those, um, I think all life serves a purpose. Uh, so I would never support anything post Immanuel Kant in that sense. Fair enough. Well, you can see that I will always promise. This is what I promise to all of my viewers. I will always give you all of the arguments and all of the whys as to why I say what I say or I think what I think. Basically, I can I can say that. As we discuss different aspects of society, you may watch any VOD and you can see that I'm chatting with Patrick and or others with Pillow about these things, and you can verify that I am not lying to you. I always tell why I say what I say every single time. Every single time. I will always provide why I think what I think. I support monarchy because of all of those. Splitting the faculties of the executive. For example, I will always give my reasons, then if people don't like them, that's another story. But basically that. Regarding realism, why do I support it? Because I find in empirical evidence, in observation of particles, that no two metaphysical perceptions can have equal metaphysical value. There will always be one that I find that will be at least slightly closer to describe objective reality which I think exists. By the way, I want to ask you, how are things going on in Argentina with Milei's administration? Ah, nice question. Yeah, no problem. Well, most people from outer countries who ask me this question, you are not the first one. Pilo, I think, commented it to me about it, and several others. I think you, Patrick, asked me on Tuesday precisely if why my president had a change. So why my president had a change. So let me keep searching the excavation site. Right-click the personal Datacron in mission items to update the mission objective. Okay, let me inspect it. Now I reply to it because it needs a context explanation, chaotic. Because I want to give you the most neutral possible explanation of it, and the existence of my current executive power, my current president, is not properly conceived without a bit of history. Because I know that everyone outside cannot easily understand why a person wielding a chainsaw was elected and how we are tolerating such unpopular policies and etc. But you will see. You will see. I'll give you the full explanation, and then you will be able to judge if it's the same as Lula and Bolsonaro and etc. I think the situation economically was much more severe. But well, the setup contains Cas Denko's full profile, including correspondences. In one of his private transmissions to his uncle, Ricaldenko, there is something of note. You don't have to worry about the launcher. I'll get it out of here and back to our relic vault before you know it. Trust me, while things are still hot down here, I've moved it to a very safe location. No one will think to look in the places we already excavated and all that quarry. Okay, so we have to read it. Yeah, when Hungarians see a man with a chainsaw, we usually get uncomfortable. KW. Indeed, Patrick. Indeed, but the chainsaw is the consequence. The chainsaw is the final consequence, as you two will see right now. I think I no, you didn't ask. You didn't ask that over at Discord, Patrick, last time. No, it wasn't about that. Okay, so right click to up the mission, you'll be directed to the excavation site where you'll notice two blue dig spots. Okay, let me teleport as we continue the quest for the people over at YouTube, and now I get to it. So basically, the chainsaw is the consequence. Here, the excavation outlook. The chainsaw is the consequence, chaotic. So how are things going in Argentina with Milei administration? They're He's changing the economic matrix of Argentina, the core of it. So Argentina, for those of you who don't know, it's basically like Texas in a lot of aspects geographically. We don't have forests, we don't have any of that. We have all fields full of cows. Imagine cows and cows and more cows and etc. That's why we eat meat every day, and it's not cheap, but it has been cheap up until now for 70 years for a lot of people. So it's like that. And previously to this, all of the farmers that worked on those cows, that is big, were like enemies of the central government. Okay? Because the central government imposed taxes to steal from them, abusive taxes, very abusive taxes. So, how is it going with Millet? Millet is changing the economic core of Argentina. Argentina it was a very closed economy, as we call it here. Companies used to hunt inside of a zoo because imports were closed. Imports were closed. Uh, why? Because it's like this. Do this equation. So socialists, the Peronists, the socialist central government took hold of power, okay? But it wasn't only that. They had like friend companies that would win uh, all public infrastructure operations for the country. Imagine the roads, getting the gas from below, from underneath the earth, the water circulation, all of the hydraulic infrastructure, all of that were friends of the central socialist government. Okay, this is not now in the last 15 years. We're talking 70 years ago, since 70 years. Okay, so it was like that. So they were like on both sides of the they were like on both sides of the negotiation table. The socialists held the government, they had friends who won magically all corruption, all public infrastructure competitions for the contracts, pretty much. And then they didn't need to compete at all because the central government would close the imports for their friends. And what did the friends do in return? Then, after being the only competitor in the country, after having a monopoly, they created a monopoly. They would then found the money, a portion of the money would return to the central government. It returns by giving them money, a portion of the money of all of the economic activity that they would win all the time 100% because of it being completely closed. No foreign competition, no um, no public no public call for a competition to see who offered the best price to do a road or create a dam or whatever. Nothing. The same would always win every single time, and then they would give back the money to the government. Well, imagine this, not 1 year, not 2 years, not 3 years, but 70 since 1945 when the socialists came here. Uh, just in case you're interested, we bombarded our own capital to get them out sometimes. That is in the past. Then, sporadically, what does this cause? This causes inflation, people. Any Argentine knows this concept of inflation. Even the most uh, basic person without superior education, high school education, even children understand the concept of inflation. Why? This is not normal. What's a normal inflation for a country? 1% per year, 5% per year, I guess, whatever. When you spend, because of this that I'm telling you, of this corruption and etc., and then the government would give social assistance plans indiscriminately to all of the population to gain more votes so they can once again remain in power, give the company, the friendly companies, the money. Here in Brazil, we joke that if we take 1,000 reals and go to Argentina, we can reach them. No, yeah, indeed. It is like that because of this. But you should do it fast because of how he's changing the economy. No, it's like that. It's like that. You are right. You're absolutely right about it. Also in football matches, they like break the the pesos, the Argentine currency. No. It's like that. It's like that. It is pretty much like that. It is pretty much like that. 100%. 100%. Because of this. Because of all this process. So, you spend more than what your taxpayers can give you. Okay? Chaotic. With this system to give social assistance plans to the population so they remain in power, the socialists, and the socialists like then uh, perpetuate this system with the friendly companies, uh, with the friendly companies corrupt CEOs and businessmen, basically. And then they give them back the money uh, of hunting inside of the zoo with no competition, no imports, no nothing. And then they used to give social assistance plans to poor population that they generated themselves. Why? Because of this. When you spend more than what your taxpayers can give you monthly, you generate something called inflation. Okay? This is something very basic that the population here was ignorant. The Argentines were ignorant, like a lot of countries are being ignorant right now about, with a lot of socialist administrations. And what happens? You spend more than what your total amount of taxpayers can give you. One time. Once. You do it once, okay? You like do it once. You generate a bit of inflation. You do it twice, 2 months. Okay, some more. Okay, imagine you get to 1 year. Well, the problem is that you can print bills to cover that deficit. When you print bills, you increase the total amount of money that is circulating in the economy. And that devaluates, that removes, destroys the inherent value of the currency, like he's precisely mentioning right now. It's because of that. You can do it once, twice. Now, imagine doing that for 70 continuous years, with some gaps in between when everything would go to shit and we would go bankrupt. So imagine that for 70 years, I spend more and more. I just spend and spend and spend and overspend every month and etc. I generate inflation, but it reaches a point in which you create something called hyperinflation, because inflation is exponential. People, you don't have to add the percentages; you have to multiply them by themselves. If 1 month you have 5%, and then at the next month you have another 5%, you actually are having 25 in only 2 months, which is crazy. Well, Argentina got to a point in 2023 in which it got to 200 total yearly inflation. Okay, 200 yearly. This is evidently uh, crazy. This is evidently crazy. And in that context, in that dire, extreme context, is that Malay won the election with me voting it, and most of the population voted for him. What does the chainsaw mean then? What does the chainsaw mean? Okay, what's this? It drops for Star Wars Republic. What the fuck? What is this? I don't know what it is. It was bothering me with a notification there, people. Sorry. Pretty much. So what does this mean? The hyperinflation. You can imagine going to the supermarket in the morning, paying for something two two reais, for example, there in Brazil, and in the afternoon paying 300 on the same day. That is hyperinflation. Okay, so we were getting into that again for the eighth time. It was going to be bankruptcy number 8, and the chainsaw prevented it. How he did it? Well, sadly, the economic process that he followed, I cannot explain it fully because even economists worldwide, professional economists, are unable to explain exactly how he did it. But basically, he stopped the emission of money, the bill printing, and all of those things, and we are suffering the backlash of it. Of course, that's why a lot of people complain about the current situation. But he removed inflation. We have it at, he lowered it from 200% to 30% in 2 years. This is the third year. In 2 years, everyone was silent here because everyone thought he was going to crash the economy and everything would go to shit, but it didn't happen. Not only that, he, in the process of doing this, that I tell you, the economic intricacies of how he did it are still not understood by professional economists, so there's no hope me as lawyer and philosopher is going to be able to explain them. But he basically, in general terms, what he did was stop spending more than what he spent every single month, and then he did other adjustments and etc. So because of all of this process, the chainsaw means reducing the size of the state. That's why he gave one to Elon Musk, another one to Trump, and he's famous now worldwide. And I know that once his second term expires, we will lose him forever, and he will go to live in the United States. Well, we all can predict that that is going. It would be a miracle if Malay doesn't live the rest of his life giving economic conferences over at the United States for the rest of his life, because it's the only thing that would make sense happening because of what he did. So he did the impossible. I would say chaotic. He did the impossible. He broke a cycle of 70 years of economic shit, of economic deficiencies out of the ignorance of the population. And the chainsaw is reducing the state. He's firing state workers and public state workers and freezing the economy, and a lot of people are getting fired because the jobs that those people had, you cannot explain this to someone. I understand you cannot explain this to someone who just lost his job, but basically those jobs were fake growth. Okay, fake economic growth that the socialists used here to trick the population into thinking that you can sustain a country spending more than the total amount of money that your taxpayers can give you for 70 years. And really, it does not work like that, because you don't generate real growth, real economic growth. So because of that, some companies are closing, others are opening. It's a reconstruction, it's a reform of the of the economical matrix. And in that process, some industries are suffering while other ones are winning. The ones that are suffering took the money with the inflation because they saved in US dollars. We save in US dollars anyways. Chaotic. That's why breaking the joking about the Argentine peso, it works only sadly for as a joke for lower classes. Uh, Middle and higher classes here we save in dollars, in US dollars. If it were for us, we would a lot of people here would well, not all, but I've thought this ever since I studied realism and etc. If it were for us, we would like to be a colony of the United States. Lots of people, not everyone, but lots of people would like to it. So the dollar would protect us from inflation. Because we save in dollars, we don't save in pesos. That which you say, it's sadly only for the lower class people who voted. This is why I don't feel so much pity. I feel pity because it's their own ignorance. But those very same people who suffer the effects of inflation are the ones who voted for 70 years for the inflation to exist in the first place. You see the problem? The poor, the lower classes voted for their own demise, for the silent tax that is inflation. And and you are saying it here in Brazil. We joke that if we take 1,000 reais and go to Argentina, we can't reach them. Yeah, it's exactly because of that, and it's sadly because of all of the process. So because of all of this, I would say Milei is a positive. I see that makes sense. It's all very interesting. I've heard some years ago that Argentina has a big history of the left wing on power, but never been able to solve the economic issues. No, no, it's like that. It's a vicious cycle. If you want to explain it to any person outside, this has been a difficult process for me to come up with a structured, synthesized, neutral story. But it's like that. Imagine that cycle that I mentioned to you. Socialist gets in power. Socialist gets in power. Has this is the important part. All of the companies that you see that make all of the public buildings are friends of the executive power of the president. Okay, they are all friends. They win all of the competitions, they make all of the public infrastructure, and then they give back the money to the executive by funding the campaign. Here you can give money to fund political campaigns. So they give the money to fund the campaign, and with that, the executive once again gives indiscriminate. Indiscriminate is not because of a flood, because of a hurricane, because I have had people from Europe and the US tell me, but was there a hurricane? Was there a flood? Was there a big. No, no disaster at all, nothing at all. Every month, just for having children, they gave people social assistance money. Reproduce like rabbits. Reproduce. Sorry, it's like this. It's a sad reality of what happened. So the executive gives money to the lower class people, the middle and upper class people. We end up in isolation. We ended up in isolation for a lot of years. That's why you might have seen a lot of leftists. We ended up in isolation without a voice, just uh, silently. All that we have, a little, medium, or a lot, saved in dollars, and basically like that. God already said go reproduce and fill the land. Yeah, no, but here they took it to the next level. Yeah, no. Here a very common phrase is God, country, and family. Chaotic. In Brazil, it happens with the evangelical pastors. I think we have some here already. That one has grown a lot. So here we are directly Roman Catholic. Argentina is a depopulated country, chaotic. It's not like Brazil or Mexico in that sense. We are only 40 million, 48 million by now. We are very depopulated. There's less population density than in all of South America in general. So there's a supermajority of Italian population. We are 60% Italian, 40% Spaniard. There isn't a lot of mixture and variety. That's a difference that a lot of people generally overlook uh, in that sense. So yeah, pretty much. But basically, there you have the idea. That's why a person can bring himself to easily both. Okay, we have to go over there, people. So let me teleport there. So because sorry, the conversation is so interesting with all of these things, like the ones that I have with you, Patrick, as well. That that I lose track of of what I have to do in game in that sense. Yet evangelicals became very big here. Now evangelicals represent 25% of the population and Catholics around 60%. Okay, so there's still a Catholic supermajority. Well, here it's worse. It's like, imagine 90% Catholic, something like that. We have the evangelicals disembark recently, relatively recently, but pretty much it's like that. A lot of people here, especially at the capital where I am, we have Italian citizenship or Spanish citizenship, basically. So it's pretty much like that. It's pretty much like that. Um, it's pretty much like that, and it shows, and it shows, and because of that, even the left wing, uh, you could think that are more, we are more culturally conservative on average. I was discussing this. If you check out the previous stream, you will see that that because I was debating with a viewer, I told him all of the insults that people say here and etc. With Pillow from Poland, precisely, uh, and you will see that culturally, well, we are very conservative in that sense in a lot of cases. We also have some Afro-Brazilian religions like Candomblé and Umbanda and the followers of Spiritismo, which is French-born religion that became famous here. I didn't know that, and I think 9 or 10% of the population has no religion. Okay, okay. No, no, I didn't know about those, but here that's another thing. Here we, similarly to the United States, we well, we have a very we, we take pride in some things that in the rest of the world they don't. Here, the Argentina was depopulated. We didn't have a lot of indigenous population. Only the Amerindians, but they were in the northwest. So that encouraged even more to create a self-image of liking being considered Italians or Spaniards like European. It created that self-image basically for a lot of people here. I was telling it to the Polish viewer here. Nobody would have the the amount of white guilt that is a concept more of the US that you may find in Germany nowadays or in Europe or in the United States. Here there's no white guilt at all. Like saying you are white is as perfectly fine as saying you are yellow, red, black, or whichever skin color. In that sense, it's simply an European equals good. It's like rooted deep in the consciousness of the population. We have a self derogatory image in that sense. That is true. That is true. It's something that you'll notice some here are two, but there are a bunch of them. So we keep digging until we find the missile prototype attachment. Okay, replenishing Steam mission 1. The second relic hunt isn't quite as long. Okay, so we are done with the first one. We're done with the first one. We found it. The old prototype. Well, attached periodically fits weak enemies or income works only on Rhu-Nuk. Okay, so right-click the personal records in the missions item. So it's basically like that. Here, we read the person. wasn't Maradona of Guarani ancestry? I know he also has Croatian and Italian DNA, but I think there's an interview where he says his parents were from the north of Argentina. Yeah, 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 yeah. There was mixture. There was mixture a bit there in the north portion that you say. Yes, and he might have said that. I don't think. Yeah, but he probably said it. But anyways, when he had to choose where to go to play football, wasn't it Naples? Chaotic chemistry, wasn't it Naples? He went to Italy. He he went to Naples. Wait, he has a statue in Italy, in Naples, in the zone of Napolitan. I am from. Well, I am. My ancestry is from. Yes, he played in Napoli. Well, there, in Napoli, in Naples, in English. Yeah, basically that. When he had to choose, you can see there that is what I tell you. Uh, Europe equals good. It's something deep rooted in us that I know is not the same in your country or in any country of Central America. That's something that we maybe over at the capitals of Central American countries they also think the same, but here it's very widespread. It's very widespread to make that association. Like in that sense, uh, nobody here will feel guilt like in the United States, for example, as the most prominent example of feeling guilt of being white or something like that, and that gives off a wrong I well idea of racism or whatever. It's not like that. It's that it's precisely that. It was a depopulated country in which we followed the same colonization process of the United States and Canada, which was fighting the locals rather than mixing in a lot of cases, even though there was mixing, and it's depopulated. There's few of us, so in World War II there was a lot of Italian migration, and it became a supermajority. So it's basically that is how history unfolds itself, and because of that, well, pretty much. None of this then helped us people at fixing the economy. It was a pile of crap, and well, because of all of that, I would say that going back to the initial question, chaotic, uh, Melee did a miracle. I would say that he did a miracle. I would say that he did a miracle, and I think that while a lot of people are losing their jobs here right now, it was fake economic growth. It wasn't real. It wasn't real. They were hunting inside of a completely closed economy. Imagine something in which you open a kiosk and you don't compete with anyone. You don't have to compete with anyone. You create a company and you don't have to compete with anyone. It's just not, it doesn't create real wealth. It doesn't create real wealth doing that in that sense. That's the story. I don't know how it was for Lula and Bolsonaro. That I know they had a similar situation there, but I am sure it's not, and it has not been the same as seven economic bankruptcies. Bankruptcies like here. It's not because of the Federal Reserves of Brazil. They are much higher, so it cannot be. It's because of that. After World War II, Italians, German, and Japanese went here to Brazil. Yes, true. The German and the Italian went to the south and southeast of Brazil, while the Japanese went to different parts of Brazil, mainly the southeast. South and so all of the European migration was focused like close to us here in the there. The north is over there. You're all over there. There is the north, and there is the south for me. There's the north. So you're here in the southern portion of Brazil, in the all to the south. Mm-hmm. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Mm. Yeah, World War II migration. You also had them of Japanese, Germans, and Italians. Hmm. The German. Yes, I suspect it's because the south is colder here in Brazil. Yes, yes, the south is. Mm, in the summer, no, yeah. On average, yes, it's colder. It's a bit colder. Still, we are not as cold as the northern hemisphere. We are warm. We are colder than the center of the equator, and Central America, and it would be northern Brazil, pretty much. But we are still not as cold as the United States and Europe. We don't have snow, for example, where I am at the city. You have to go even more to the south. It's like an in between. It's not as hot as Central America, not as cold as all of the northern hemisphere, the United States, all of northern Europe, or even southern Europe. It's in between. In that sense, it's more similar to southern Europe in that sense, the climate. But I don't think they knew that back in World War II when they came here. It's balanced. Yeah. It's a bit in between. It's not as hot as Brazil in the north, but it's not as cold as the United States. We don't have, for example, the snow here. Isn't quite as long. The first objective is to locate. Okay, second relic mission. Return the relic. We have to go back, people. We finished this one. Oh, thank you. Because in this treasure hunt, pretty much, uh, as I'm doing it, I get a pretty nice conversation with you both. So I get a bit of a distraction from that one. Yeah. It's like that. I never touched snow. It's something that I want to do. My dream is to live in the United Kingdom, pretty much. I love the United Kingdom. Lots of Argentines. We were invaded by the United Kingdom, and we still like the British in that sense. So, that is very unpopular to say, but well, it is like that. Oh, what? Second relic hand mission. Attention for recover. This is a little embarrassing. We had managed to recover ourselves. So a crab called the bass. The bass makes you move fast and hear a faint buzzing in your ears. Apparently, the guy was a master biochemist and always been able to reproduce this steam pack he created. We had it in a stockpile for a while, but it kept attracting those obnoxious lizards. I don't know. Maybe it like smelled. Had handed to Orm Craig, one of the best scouts, but he's missed two last checkings. Last loan. Okay, we have to find this one. Second relic hunt, people. Once we do the third one, we can proceed to get the Datacron. Let's go. Pretty much. Yeah. It's an in between. It's an in between. Uh, and as for the rest, well, I would be interested. Chaotic chemistry. If I would know, how did you study philosophy? How did you find out about philosophy? Because pretty much you told me at the beginning of the stream that you found it because of the philosophy tag. Are you a philosopher? You studied philosophy, or did you go to a Catholic university? I went to a Catholic university, so to the main Catholic University of Argentina. So there we had like 10 subjects of philosophy, pretty much. So that's how I found it. How did you study philosophy? How did you came to be interested in it? If I may know. If not, no worries. I always tell my viewers that they don't want to tell me no, but just because it's curious. Okay, so you started to be interested in philosophy in high school. As you had philosophy as a mandatory class in high school. Okay, no, I didn't have. For me it was in university. In high school you had the mandatory and which one did you study? Like more. It has to be more relativist philosophy, more modern ones. Generally, realist philosophy is not taught in that sense. Okay, second part of the second prototype hand, people. So let me check on the instructions. He's already dead. Where is he? The location. We are doing like a treasure hunt, people. That is normal to be lost. I'm following it. Okay, so here I have the location. Let me compare it. More or less over there. We have to go through this wall. Through here. Okay. Ah, it went in order. Okay, hang on. It says that the no, it says that the corpse should be more or less over here. We first started studying the Greeks, then the medieval scholars, my school, then modern thinking. Ah, well, you went in order. So you at least heard about realism. Okay, okay, okay. But very conservative, I know. For the modern age, I don't blame you. Very, very conservative for a modern mindset. But yeah, pretty much. So you went in order. So you studied um, Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle. I love Aristotle pretty much. As the creator of realism. There it was all realist. Then Rome with Stoicism and etc. Then medieval with Thomas Aquinas. You went in order. That's good. That's good. That's something that schools should take care of more often. Like going in order. Going in order. Because generally they jump straight for modern philosophy. Generally. Generally. Like all of that period that you are mentioning and that I love so much is like ignored 100%. Yes, we study Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle, um, and then it has to be well. I don't know if you heard of those ones of Thomas Aquinas and my medieval ones like William of Ockham, the Anselm of Canterbury. Um, I liked Duns Scotus as English teacher because he studied like the philosophy of English language in that sense and all of those. So basically that. Okay, so you went in order. That's good. You went in order over it. I have to somehow enter that plateau or not. Ah, no, it's the other one. It's that one. Okay, no, sorry, I mixed up the plateaus there. The well, the plateaus, the canyons here. I think here we go, here we go, here we go. Corpse located. Now what? Scan evidence of Orm Craig's killer. 0 out of 3. Good. It wasn't so long. Surprise, he's already dead. You next object to determine the cause of his death. We have to determine the cause of death. Hang on. Hang on, hang on, hang on. No. The cause of death. Yes, I heard of Aquinas and Augustine. I had classes of them in school. Also, there's a lot of Catholics defending these philosophies on YouTube here in Brazil. After studying the medieval, we went to study Descartes, Locke, Hume, Hobbes, Voltaire, and many. Okay, those are all. That was like the breaking point between relativism and realism, pretty much. Okay, 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 okay. Okay, okay, and John Locke yes, and Hume and Hobbes and Voltaire, all really. Well, and the philosophers at YouTube that defend, I also defend them every day. Thomas Aquinas and Saint Augustine, he was the one that talked about time more. I think the Anselm of Canterbury was more in line with Thomas Aquinas in that sense, regarding importance at least. So yeah, pretty much. Um, so there are a lot of people defending them. Well, they have a good reason to do so, I would say, nowadays, because we are in a very relativist world. It's what I'm telling you. I don't know if they say it with the degree of precision that I might have said on my streams all the time. But yeah, pretty much. Some of them must defend them because it's precisely like that. Uh, Thomas Aquinas, like, if for the period of time that we are living, it was like the exact counterpart of what we are going through. So it's not a surprise. It's like the opposite pole. And when I read the Confessions from Augustine one day, I heard it's a really good book. Oh, I didn't know he had a Confessions. If you mean Saint Augustine from 400 BC, the one that discovered the concept of time, I think. Yeah, if it's that one. Or is it another Augustine? Saint Augustine has to be. Yeah. So, hey, I think it's quite. By the way, I congratulate you because if you are center left and you are willing to read medieval philo, yes, Saint Augustine, and you are willing to read medieval philosophers, it speaks very well about you. It speaks very well about yourself. I had to read Marxism before discovering realism, so you are not alone there. I'm not studying philosophy in university. I'm actually studying meteorology and atmospheric sciences. Oh, what a nice career! What a nice career! What a nice career! That's quite a nice career. You won't have to deal with a lot of the concepts that I had to as lawyer. In that sense. So yeah, pretty man. I congratulate you because you told me at the beginning that you were center left, and even so, you are willing to at least read medieval philosophers who are very conservative, like I am for our modern age. So in that sense, I congratulate you. I had to read Marxism before discovering realism. So I always say that precisely um, is something that our society needs more. That our societies need more, much more, because otherwise we don't learn anything. We don't learn anything. The cost of that by using trusty old macro. Once you got enough. Okay, you just have to use the macro binoculars to find evidence. Macro binocular mission. I used to be religious before. So, okay. So you used to be religious, like Patrick as well before. So I don't have much of an issue with conservatives as I used to be one. Okay. I see why now you highlighted at the beginning of the stream that that it was quite strange for you to find an atheist, scholastic, realist conservative like me. I can see why now. I can see why now. Yes, I know it's quite weird to say that you can support all of the cultural legacy of Rome. Well, as Italian, it's evident, and all of the cultural legacy of Rome, but still not believing God as the fabric of the universe. Yeah. Yes, in that sense, it's like that. Uh, you need to follow the map to gather the components for a trap. The first component, the electrified Dura steel net trap, can be picked up from a box near the evidence terminal Mandalore's encampment. But they are indicated. They are indicated this time. Okay. So you used to be conservative, and you and then you changed. Okay, there it's right there. Let me go to the terminal. And what made you switch in that sense? I'm on an ad. Okay. No worries. Tell me when you are back. Analyzing post-mortem data, bone patterns. Gather components for a trap. Then you just need to follow them up to gather the components for a trap. What? Where?
Ready for departure.
Where are the components for a trap? What?
Enjoy your stay.
Gather components for trap. Recover a tranquilizer bracer. Intel reference. Then you just need to map to gather the. Then you'll just need to follow the map to gather components for a trap. Can be picked from a box near the evidence terminal. Ah, here. Gather Got the components for trap. Then head to the dilapidator where you'll need to defeat a dewback to obtain a perfectly marbled dewback stick and ironwing pheromones. Has to be this one. I think I have one of the components already. Look at that, people. I'm back from the ads. Okay, okay. Sorry, it's just that I cannot help that. They are automatic. Once when the channel hit affiliate last year, those sheets are the only thing that I cannot disable. They don't give any money. They don't give any money, and I cannot disable them. Ah, congratulations, you reached affiliate. By the way, I hope you don't mind me asking this. No, 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 no problem, no problem. That you study philosophy in university or other course that involve. No, 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 no worries, no worries, no worries at all. I was mentioning regarding that that is pretty good that you ask me anything. I have a tag of ask me anything, anyways. No worries, no worries. Ask me anything about it. No, no, no. And I like your courtesy in that sense. This is why you study for. Don't mind me, but did you study philosophy or a course? No, no, no. I can't. I generally don't speak about this because I don't want to come off as arrogant or give any wrong image because it's not the reality. But the thing is that I didn't study the career of philosophy. I studied law. How I'm a lawyer. I'm a lawyer or attorney in the United States. Attorney. I'm a lawyer. I don't work as a lawyer. I am a lawyer, front-end software developer, English teacher, but I don't work as any of those currently. I worked in the past as English teacher, as software developer, and etc. But now I'm working at my family's condo management, like our own company, basically. I'm an only child and I have to inherit the company. No one else to take the responsibility. It's me, and that gave more money than the jobs. So for me, it was like that. The lawyer career is helping me with it. So I'm a condo manager. Do law students in Argentina also go to class wearing no to class to exams? To exams to final exams? Yes. In not in the public university, in the private one that I went to, yes. In private ones, yes. Yes, with suits. Yes, 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 with black suits and a tie. Sadly, I had to use them. Yeah. Yes. In private Catholic universities, yes. In private universities, yes. In public one, no. You can dress like a homeless, like anything you'd like. Those disgusting um, trousers with the knees like cat that I think look so shitty. They look so terrible. You can do whatever. Software development. That's cool. I don't know how much about coding. Just a bit of Python. No, no. I did JavaScript, HTML, and React, but I don't do it anymore. As I tell you, that I first did English teaching. A lawyer. I just got the degree and never worked. And then yes, software programming, learning more of Python, R, and MATLAB. Well, the thing is that with software development, it changed quite fast, and dilapidated waterworks. We have to go. It changed very fast, and
Enjoy your stay.
the reality is that I make more just inheriting my family's company. If it weren't for that, I would have probably chosen software development and would have kept English teaching in that sense. So yeah, pretty much. As for the rest, going back to the other question, sorry. Uh, I didn't. I had in the law career of university, I had 10 subjects related to philosophy. Like out of 53 subjects, 10 were about philosophy. And in university and in high school, I had Marxism, and more Marxism, because the teacher was like that in sociology. So I had like relativism in high school and realism in university, even though both of them were Catholic, high school and university. So a dewback to obtain a perfectly okay. I have to kill a dewback, any random dewback. Let's kill any random dewback, and the Airwing we already have it. I think any random dewback. Okay, so we just have to kill a dewback. The dilapidated waterworks. Dewback. We need to find the stick, like this one. Ah, this one. Perfect. So basically that. In that sense, I had 10. Oh, look at that first drop. That's so lucky. That's so lucky. Well, that one was lucky. That one was lucky. Three of them. Okay, that one was lucky. Second component for the trap. And Airwing pheromones, like that. Okay, so these ones I presume they are. So basically, I had 10 subjects of philosophy. I was the. That's why I told you the first part, but well, since you ask, I tell it to you. I graduated with an academic merit scholarship over at my high school. I was the highest average out of the whole school, and with that, I could go to a private Catholic university without paying anything in that sense, because of the tremendous amount of effort. I used to spend 12 hours studying. I couldn't play a single video game in more than 10 years. Quite torturous. That's why you can see that now I'm taking life with a bit more of a relaxed stance, pretty much. And and uh, and and well, I had 10 subjects of philosophy, but I had to get 10 out of 10 in all of them, so I studied a lot, and it was quite interesting on its own, realism and relativism and etc. So pretty much. Okay, no, it's not this one. Which so record equalizer, bracer. Dewback. After that, head to the water treatment plant and defeat a Shad Beastmasters. Okay. Okay, I remember where those were. Pretty much to the where was it? Dilapidated waterworks? No. Water treatment plant. Yes, to be more or less over there. So basically that. You're studying in a public university here. Public universities here are either federal or of the state. Well, pretty much like that. And are they are free or not? The public universities. They should be free in that sense. In that sense, my parents went to the public university pretty much. Same like that. Yeah. Pretty much the state here is yeah, it's a state or yeah, pretty much the same. The Beastmasters, yes, they are free, good. But we also have private university. Well, pretty much like that. I went to the private one because of having no life in high school. Pretty much, let's just say like that. It wasn't like that, but let's just call it like that. Let's just say that I had to study a lot, pretty much. So, water treatment plant. Water treatment plant. Water treatment plant. Dilapidated waterworks. So pretty much it was like that because precisely. Uh, Here we go. Water treatment plant is that one. Is that one to the south of our position? Okay, so basically I study all of those, but here you don't get paid well even if you study a lot. Sad situation. That should never happen, but it's the case in all of our countries. So there we go, hidden chain, a shot Beastmaster. So basically, here we have to kill these random mobs until we get the drop. There we go. Locate the beast's nest. Interesting. So this one is done. Just a bug. Finally, you have everything you need to assemble the trap. To get the tranquilizer bracelet. Finally, you have everything you need to assemble the trap. On the squirrel's nest back at the dilapidated water. You'll be instructed to step back. Where? Hang on, huh? Over there. Okay, it's close to our location. So here, basically, you're not well paid even if you graduate from university. So sad situation that shouldn't happen in our countries. But yeah, it's pretty much the thing. The situation, sad situation, shouldn't happen. People who study and put in effort in life and all of that should be paid more and not taken for granted as we are nowadays. But well, I had to adapt to reality. Tough reality, but it's what I had to adapt to. Basically, so okay, here we go. This one's so basically that. Retreat and wait. Okay, the beast should emerge. She seems attracted to the lure. The Scrabble is already lured out. What I mean, the other player doing it. I know. So emerges from her. Then what do you mean? Maybe I have to do it in a specific order. That one? Maybe I have to kill that one. So basically that it's absolutely sad what we have in our universities nowadays. I had to basically adapt to reality in that sense. So yeah, good to hear that they are also free, because here they think that we are the only ones with free universities, and I always tell them, no, there's lots of other countries who have them. That's false, and here they think that they are the only ones with public universities free. So there I studied 10 subjects about philosophy and realism. I also read, as I told you, I had so much Marxism in high school that I could see both stances, pretty much. I could see both stances in that sense. I could see them both. I could see both stances and could freely choose according to what I perceived as objective metaphysical reality in that sense. So pretty much, I could do it like that. I could do it like that, and I had to, in the law career, deal with 10 subjects about philosophy. I got pretty good scores, and pretty much I love it and I studied it, and it helped me then. It helped me then in life, as you can see. Yet here in Brazil University are pretty much left-leaning. There's many Marxists on the academy. Well, same as in here. Same. Do you know why it's like that? Do you know why it's like that? It's because of the influence of the Soviet Union during the Cold War in all of our region in general. We start to step back and I began to blaster ability on the temporary ability bar to tranquilize the Scrabble. I had to tranquilize it, not kill it. To reach his mouth and retrieve the steam. Ah, this. Tranquilizing shot. The Scrabbler. Hide behind some rocks before until it appears. This one? What's the point of this? Hang on, I'm not understanding. Scrabble is already lured out. Scrabble is already lured out. This one. The Scrabbler. There we go. That one. Tranquilized. Then we approach his mouth and grab the relic. Return the relic. Okay, we are done with this one. Good. Good, people. Second one is down. Second hunt, relic hunt is down. We only need one more and then it's Datacron time. I don't know why, but I've actually talked to an Australian dude who's libertarian. He's like our president. Our president is libertarian. And he said that when he went to university, people were also leftists there. Yeah, I honestly don't understand. In private ones here, they are a bit more. We are a bit more conservative on average, but here, if I had to tell you, what I can say is that it's because of the influence of the Soviet Union during the Cold War. Like in the Cold War, reputation up people good. During Cold War, like in the 70s, like Brazil, Cuba, Central America, Argentina here, we were like all um we were like all
Ready for departure. Enjoy your stay.
we tried to remain neutral. We tried to remain neutral, and in a Cold War, you cannot remain neutral, pretty much. Pretty much, you cannot remain neutral, and I think the Soviet Union influenced the whole region, and our mental defenses weren't prepared for that. It's weird because we also got a lot of influence from the US over the. True, true, true. It's like we are torn between the region as a whole is torn between the influence of the Soviet Union. Is to go find all manifest or through character, looking through different times. Well, return to the cache, get heartbroken by receiving the Armada data path instead. Find all 5 manifest terminals. All 5 manifest terminals. Let's see. This one. Okay. Let us follow the objective through the tunnels. I think that we were always torn between the influence of the Soviet Union as a third world, as they call us, territories after World War II. I'm sorry, after World War II, after the Cold War, because of not being aligned either with the US in that sense. So basically that, basically that, uh, basically that. Uh, I think universities are so left-wing here because the Soviet Union influence worked a bit more in the last 3 decades than the US. And for example, here in Argentina right now, we are. What? Unique limit, item limit reached? What? Manifest terminal key. But I have to find. All 5 manifest terminals. We have to find the terminal. That's probably for another quest of the hidden chain. Terminals. What do you mean? What does it mean, terminal? Are we in the zone of the? Yeah, we're getting into the zone. Okay, okay, in this zone. Okay, pretty much. Pretty much. I think that the influence of the Soviet Union was bigger in the last 3 decades, and right now, at least here in Argentina, the United States one is winning a bit more. Because if there's one thing the Soviets didn't know how to do is how to handle the economy, at least here. Like, not directly Soviets, but there's one. Okay, now I see how they look like. We have to find 5 of these. They didn't know how to handle the economy here, so pretty much, pretty much. So yeah, we are like a region that is torn between those two influences. For example, Brazil is part of the BRICS. The B of BRICS is Brazil, and there's an alignment with Russia, for example. It's like Brazil, Russia, India, China, and the S is for the rest of us. We were there until last last year. The S was for other countries. Argentina was about to sign, and we pulled, and now we are aligned with the United States and Israel. And let's see the way. For me, it was a relief. For me, it was a relief. I know that a lot of people despise the United States. For me, it was a relief because here the Soviets had their good chance with all of the economy, and we went to shit. Like 200% inflation, rampant corruption, I am much more comfortable under the wing of the United States, as we are like Chile here, and it's what made sense for the culture of the country, pretty much. At least for me. A lot of people are pissed and they are throwing rocks at the police and etc. But well, it's like that, people. Like that. We have Trotskys, people. By the way, I was commenting it to Pillow the other day. The other that Patrick mentioned, the other liberal viewer, in that sense, from Poland. We have Trotskys. Like, there's a point in which you need to understand that causing inflation is not left or right. It's just not being able to understand basics of economy. By the way, talking about meteorology, I actually heard that Argentina has pretty good meteorology institutes there, and there's a lot of data collected around the entire country. Here in Brazil, meteorological data tends to be more precise on the south and southeast, and on the capital, Brasilia, at the capital Brasilia, and the west center of the country, it's not that precise in those last two, you mean? Tends to be more precise on the south and the southeast and the capital than the west center of the country. Maybe. In that sense. Here there should be an exit? No, here. Here. What? Ah. Okay. Through here. Yes. Here there are meteorological institutes. The problem is that they were full of corruption. Pretty much. With that. Yeah. We have, but they were corrupt. They were corrupt as well. And Melee fired a lot of. He fired a lot of public. Of public employees that were doing nothing. It was like a mafia. They got a lot of funding by the state, yes, and etc. But there were a lot that were like they didn't earn the position. They were put there like, you support my government, you go there. It's like that video of Billy where he says, "Afuera, yeah, out of here, out of here." Indeed, the Argentina has high development index, people, because you see that I shit on my country so much. It has a high human development index. Yes, correct. I do not deny that. Yeah, it's the only country that went from developed to underdeveloped due to the economic problems. But in terms of studying, yes, the universities are brutal. Yes, I had to put in a lot of effort to get through university. They are ruthless. Teachers over at our universities are ruthless. They are socially resentful, something that I would say is totally negative, but it's a reality, and that gives that image of being hard, which they are hard. And all of that, I shit on my country. You can see that I give it an honest opinion, and I'm not a blind nationalist, like you will find most maybe are. Besides, there's another thing that the rivalries of football get in the way. A lot of people here have a ball for a brain, okay? Like in a lot of our countries in South America, they have a football ball by a brain, okay? It's a reality. It's a reality. I try to be fair and unbiased. The meteorological institutes, yes, I bet there's a lot of people who had to study a lot over at the public institution, and probably they made a lot of advances and lots of admirable things, but a lot of them were like put there, uh, just to is the other tunnel. Okay, there's three more on the other tunnel. There were two here and three there, just because of political reasons. I also do not deny that. because otherwise it would be a biased analysis, and there's a lot of them who were put there. They were public employees and they were doing nothing. They were there because they were a gender number. They said they were gender number 345 or whatever, and and it wasn't a problem of merit. There was no merit to it, and you can do nothing against that. There was no merit at all choosing them. I don't know. I mean, football is a sport of the masses. For some reason, poor people are much more into football than rich people. It's like, if you ask me, our two countries especially, that are the most obsessed with it in the world, I would say it's like in the Roman Empire, bread and circus. Well, it's the equivalent. It's the absolute equivalent. I think religion has been used like this in the past as well, wrongly. Uh, so yeah, pretty much, pretty much. That's why I don't like corporativized religion. I like a more direct relationship of a person with God. In that sense, for religious people, those who believe. I don't like corporativism in that sense. I think it distorts the original meaning, the original positive uh, influence that religion can have on society in that sense. Uh, I think it's a tool. I think football is a tool at this point. It's a tool to control the masses, pretty much. Here in South America, we have Brazil, Argentina, and Uruguay as the great powers in the sport, although Colombia and Chile also got better. Yeah. Well, but in the two countries that people go medieval is in yours and in mine. We go win, not us, because you told me you don't like it and I don't like it, but here people go medieval about it. Here in the last World Cup that Argentina won, they started climbing public buildings. I don't know. It's like the spider monkey syndrome, I call it. And I generally cannot say this because most people of our countries like football. But it's like the spider monkey syndrome. What do I mean by this? Spider monkeys climb things in that sense. So yeah, pretty much. Here they, I don't know there. I can't speak for my country. Here they start climbing public buildings. Okay? Like they start climbing public buildings for no reason whatsoever. For no reason whatsoever. It's like the spider. I call it the spider monkey syndrome because spider monkeys do that. Since they have a tail that lets them grab easily grab trees, they start doing it. And here the Argentines do that. They start climbing public buildings. In the last World Cup, there are images all over the place about it. And I think that's a clear crime. People should go, and they are not punished by that. And they should be punished by that in that sense. Why? Because I don't know if you know it, people, but it's not very normal climbing a public building, like a bus stop or even a small building. There's no reason for me. See, you can see that here. Fortunately, I'm like in the internal part of a building, like that skyscraper. Imagine if there was someone out in this window climbing. How would you feel about it? How would you feel about it? It's not sane to do that, and they did that in the last World Cup. So I think it's to control the masses. Evidently, it's a mass control too. Here, I don't know why. Here, they there's such an obsession in comparison. Like you don't see these things in Europe, probably because they would apply a big fine. Okay, this one is the next one. A big fine to them. That's why I support applying fines to such attitudes. There's no reason whatsoever for you to celebrate climbing a public building and destroying public property as well. Well, that's let's not talk about it. So yeah, pretty much. It's an interesting topic. Football is definitely has been a very effective population control tool. It's like it's equivalent to legalizing candy. When I say candy, it means drug here. It's just that I think that I cannot say the word over at YouTube. You can see that then I upload everything over at YouTube, over at the Bolt, which is my YouTube channel there, and I cannot use the word drug. I try not to use it much, at least, because I don't know if I can have any problem. So I call it candy. um, it's like a candy. It's like candy. What? This is the question we need to ask ourselves, people, regarding football and candy. Legalizing candy, consumption of candy or football, is what I told to Patrick and Pillow the other day. And you have to, the best piece of information I can give you, regardless of philosophy and everything, that I told you the other day about it to Patrick and Pillow as well, is the following. You should always ask yourself, always, huh? Always ask yourself, under which conditions can we call it? In Twitch, I don't know which weird terms because even if it's the contract for affiliate, even if it doesn't give money, it's like based off of California's laws, and I don't know which one they do, so I don't risk it in that sense. So pretty much. Okay, it's over there. Okay, it's right over there. Okay, so we have to follow that one. So I don't know. I don't know. Good. Use the separation. With the separation, I understand. I understand. You will see that I call it candy, yeah, as much as I can. Sometimes I forget and I call it drugs, and I shouldn't. It has to be candy. Let's call. I'll call it candy. You call it like that with the space, always, and those. Pretty much. I hate the censorship, but it's a reality of the situation, people. Where's the entrance? Should be here. Ah no, it was over there. Wrong jump. So, should it be legal? I don't know. Let's ask the Uruguayans. They legalize it. No, I think it shouldn't be illegal. No. And I would directly. I've said it here, like the United States did in the case of New York in a lot of years ago. I think it was the 70s, in the 80s. I don't remember. Like they did, I would 100% shoot and kill the the candy lords. The candy lords in Mexico, they have a mess right now. They have a mess, and in Brazil, the command, the Vermelho command, was it like that? Some last year, I think it was. Here in Argentina, we had it. We had it before Melee, and Melee. That's also another thing. He fought against the candy lords. But this is the thing, people. The important thing that we need to learn from candy and all of that I would say, you always ask yourself, under which circumstances, okay? Under which circumstances, always ask yourself, under which circumstances the population of your country is easier to control. I would suggest you do that. Under which circumstances the population of my country is easier to control. without candy or with candy. And there you'll find, I think, my perception of objective metaphysical reality, there you will find, there you will find the intention of your ruler. The intention of your ruler, in that sense. I think there you'll find the intention of your ruler perfectly. If you ask me, always ask yourself under which conditions the population of your country is either harder or more easily manipulated. If watching football all day and consuming candy, or without it. And I clearly come to the conclusion that if you have a population that is all eating candies and watching football all day, well, well, I think they are a bit easier to manipulate. Mm. I don't know if it should be legal, but I do think the personal use of candy shouldn't be a crime. For me, it doesn't sound right to send someone to prison for damaging themselves. No, no, I get you, I get you. Most of my friends think like that. From the US, from except Patrick maybe here, and some others. Uh, I get your point. Is what the majority thinks. Uh, the thing with that I have a friend from the US that I've talked about it with. I talked about it with the person. I talked about it with the person about the same topic. Of course, Pillow will agree with you. Pillow will love you, without a doubt. I do agree that if sorry, I argument to that. The reason why I would prohibit it for personal use is that if you continuously set the lowest common denominator, at least there's one positive thing. You recognize to me that it damages the individual. There's a lot of people who won't even tell me that it damages the individual. They are in denial, and there I would use a different argument. There I would use a different argument. I would start saying that it goes to the front left lobe of the brain objectively, and etc. But you you are getting a more balanced approach because you are telling me that it does damage people. There's a lot of people who tell me that the argument is that they are not damaged. That they are not damaged by consuming it. So that is something I will agree with. It does damage the person. Why I would ban it, even so it's restricting, like, it, it, it does feel unpopular because it's restricting freedom. I would ban it because I think you cannot continuously set the average of society to the lowest common denominator. That goes against meritocracy. You have to set it to the highest common denominator. And because of that, if you allow people to constantly consume drugs, you are candy. You are lowering the average of of the common denominator of society that they should aspire to. Okay, so when you do that, you undermine meritocracy. So if you let them consume all of the drugs like free, like without it legalizing it, prison for damaging themselves. This is because I believe sane individuals have to help those poor individuals who are sadly consuming it because it does cause damage. The problem is that this argument is difficult for anyone to understand if they don't admit that they do cause a damage, but well, in your case, you do, so you can see that I went through all types of it. Here in Brazil, the candy usage got decriminalized, so as long as you have up to 60 grams of candy of it with you and nothing beyond that, police can arrest you. Here in Argentina, it's still illegal. It's still illegal. They tried to open a registry, but here we still have a stigma against it. It's like from our Italian roots, like candy equals bad, like directly in that sense. Okay, so we find the manifests. Marvel at the fact that you just did all of that for a bunch of gibberish. Can you believe it? We're not even halfway done with this mission. We can glean some of the information grabbed in this mess, since we are just looking at Boxcom Tower. Let me combine the received manifest from the terminal. We combine them. Find the relic cache. Since we're just looking at the manifest, we're looking at the Boxcom Tower. In reality, the box will be found in the reclaimed mining facility tower. Okay. Reclaimed mining facility. Now I read it. Now I read it. It's just that it's a time quest. You can see that here I have 57 minutes. The mining facility. The mining facility was ruined dig site. No. Reconstructed combat area. No. Freight cruiser mining facility. Hang on, huh? Hidden chain excavation site. Oh, let's go over there. First, people, reclaim mining facility. I think it also really depends on the size of the country and the level of education of the population. No, definitely. Like, I think the Netherlands is going pretty alright with it, as it only decriminalized it in Amsterdam, but it's pretty normalized there. But it's easier to deal with these sort of things if a country is small. And yeah. In small European countries, yes, and they are well. I still think it's unavoidable. It's unavoidable that it will cause corruption, and the objective fact that, well, a lot of people will disagree with me on that, but this is reality. All of those types of candy go to the front left lobe of the brain, which is generally my realistic argument. So my question to all of to the Danish people, to the people from the Netherlands in that case, or all of the European countries that have decriminalized it, would be, okay, you control it, there's not so much corruption and etc. But objectively, my argument would be this. Objectively, is the population dying because of it, causing to themselves a severe damage? Objectively, in reality, is it happening? Yes. You, they would tell me that freedom, okay, it's their right, and pretty much, yeah, and they're reclaiming mining facility. Okay, it's over there. Okay, so it's over here, so we have to get over here. Perfect. My question as realist philosopher, from a philosophical standpoint at this point, does it kill objectively? In reality, does the smoke go to the front left lobe of the brain? Well, if so, morally, it's very questionable to legalize it. That would be my argument, that humble argument. Yeah, the candy is really the W candy, the WEED candy is really bad for your memory and your prefrontal cortex, which is essential for long-term, well, and for long-term planning and self-control. Well, that most people who are going to consume that are not even aware of that explanation that you are giving me. Are not even aware of it. I know it because I talk to people, very informed people from all countries of Europe. I've debated, and the United States, and etc. They would deny it. The argument is under the argument that cigarettes and alcohol are as bad. No, they are not as bad because they don't go to the front left lobe of the brain and they don't impair mid and long-term memory. Indeed, as you are perfectly saying, the strategy of the left has been to tell people, to convince people that it's as bad. It's what I call the romanticization strategy. This has been studied in war, people. Do you know how this is called? This is called a pre-revolutionary maneuver. Romanticizing it, like I'm telling you. Because when I say that alcohol or a cigarette is as bad, putting it on the same level, it's a relativization. It's romanticizing it. It's like ignoring the objective facts. Okay? I mean, you can still get the cancer from cigarettes, but I get your point. No, 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 I do not. I would ban them all. I would ban cigarettes and alcohol as well. I do not drink alcohol and I don't smoke cigarettes. I would ban the three of them, being called a dictator or something like that. I would probably be called that. Uh, I believe that those who rule uh, I believe that those who rule have to deal with the responsibility of education to the population as well. So yeah, that's also one of the problems with vapes. We still the electric cigarettes. We still don't know how bad they are. It's pretty much the same thing because it has the smoke at the end of the day. They do produce a smoke, I think, right? They do produce a smoke. I don't know. I'm completely ignorant on the topic, as I tell you. I, I, I am honestly ignorant regarding the effects of all of those because I never had contact with it. But what I can tell you is that it's been perfectly verified that it goes to the front left lobe of the brain, as he perfectly described, and impairs mid and long-term memory. And without memory, how are you going to study, for example? Like, how do you study for a career in your life? How do you educate your children without memory if you don't even remember what they did some years ago to for example, identify the problems that your child is going to have? In that sense, that would be, and I'm glad that you could listen to my argument without without insulting me like a lot of people have done for that. In that sense, um, it's called a pre-revolutionary maneuver. This has been studied in wars and etc. It's like this. Ah, okay, it's over there. It's over there. Sadly, I cannot mount in here. I think it's through here. Through here. Yeah, I cannot avoid that group. It's called a pre-revolutionary maneuver. What's a pre-revolutionary maneuver, people? What's a pre-revolutionary maneuver? It, it's constantly testing the limits of authority to determine how far you can go. Okay? In this case, how far we can make the population easier to control. By whom? If you ask me, it's China manipulating the United States with Obama, and that created a culture 15 years ago that encouraged it. At the end of the day, I would blame China. But don't worry. But no worries. Basically, how do I constantly test how I can better control the population? Well, first, I think it's over there. Good, we found the crate. First, I start testing. The cache is locked. I start testing, right? I start testing. That's a pre-evolutionary maneuver. Can I convince the population that somehow I want them to consume the candy to make them dumb, easier to control? Obama with the United States, I would say. So what do I do with the candy? I romanticize it. I start testing the limits of authority. I start spreading the network of candy dealing. Okay, that's what China did, as I perceive it, through Obama, and infected all of South America with it, pretty much, with the candy. But the point is how the pre-revolutionary method. I start testing. I first send my candy sellers, see how much you need wearing explosive and compounds in order to open them. To blow open the crate. The crate can be found at the following locations. Okay, we have to find all of those. Okay. So I start testing the limits of authority. One day I spread the network and, oh, surprise! We found someone consuming candy, correct? Then another one. and another person, and I test how authority reacts to it. That's a pre-revolutionary maneuver. It's a technique. It's a war technique. So I start testing. How? All right. They grabbed the. They arrested the one that was consuming candy that I spread. Okay, that I spread to. There's one that I spread on purpose to make the population dumber. Okay, so let's see. How many days did they get him arrested? What was the cost? The cost for the candy consumer. I evaluate it and see. Ah, okay. So they kept him arrested for I don't know uh, a month. Well, then I gave a bribe. Then I give a bribe to a judge. Then I give a bribe to a judge to see if I can lower the amount of time that they spend like candy consuming. That they get arrested for candy consuming. In that sense, see how it is. See how it is. Like find a way to open the cache. And here, how do we there to the excavation site? I know it's through here. It's through here. It's through here. My bad. My bad. My bad, people. My bad is on another level. Do you mind if I ask a philosophical question? No, 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 no problem. Ask anything you like, except for for very intimate personal questions. Maybe anything you'd like. No worries. No worries. No worries. Yeah, yeah, sure. No problem. So in the meantime, I finished wrapping up the term. So then they bribe a judge, and like that they test the authority. They test the limit of authority. That's the key. They start testing and testing and testing and testing until they can decriminalize it. For example, it's like that. I start testing. First, I break a window, then I burn a car, and then I don't know, destroy a whole government. I overthrow a whole government. It's like that, and with the candy, it's the same. Uh, with the candy, it's pretty much the same. What I see, a pre-revolutionary maneuver. If you are interested in what, in China, using Obama as a puppet in the last 15 years to infect the rest of the governments around the world for to make the population easier to control. It's basically that. Corporations are also responsible for this. They were like uh, in league with this Chinese philosophy. Here the question. Oh, interesting question. Fascinating question. Now I read it. Fascinating question. Free will. If I believe in free will, basically, in that sense, of course I believe in free will. Of course I believe in free will. What is your view on the problem of free will? Do you believe we have free will? Yes, I definitely believe we have free will. Yes. I do believe in a lot of cultural determinism, but not that the conditions of the country you are born in, the inherited culture and everything, does play a role, does play a role, but I need to be careful. That's a group boss. Does play a role. I think cultural determinism exists and plays a role where you are born will determine some things. But at the end of the day, I do believe that we have a free will and it's much more important. Now assemble the components and head back to the cache pop to pop open it. Okay, we are almost done. So basically, I think in the end, even if cultural, I believe where you are born, the family, the social class, and the country you are born in determines a lot of those things. Even if that's the case, even if that's the case, even if that's the case, I believe then in the end, at the end of the day, you have the last word about how you're going to be and how and that you can choose in the end. It's also a religious topic. Why? I can give you a more extreme situation. But what sort of free will definition are you defining? Libertarian free will or compatibilities free will? You will find that I am classified as you don't like. I don't like assigning names because you will see that I have some views that are more for freedom, like closer to libertarian, and other ones that are more like hard conservative, like monarchist in that sense. The definition of free will, I would define it as the metaphysical self-determination due to the essence of human beings. A lot of people call the metaphysical essence soul, okay? Soul, the religious people. I call it objective metaphysical essence. It's easier to call it soul, so I also accept it, but I think objective metaphysical essence defines it better. I think our objective metaphysical essence, the objective way molecules and particles made us be, has the last word regarding that. And here I have to get into metaphysics to reply to that question, into metaphysical philosophy. But wrapping up the previous one, and then I get to that one with the metaphysical aspect to it, that is the interesting part as to why you might seem that I'm saying something very weird with the fact that I think there's an objective metaphysical essence that will, at the end of the day, determine, give importance to free will. In that sense, can I assemble it? Assemble the wiring. Libertarian free will basically says that under the same exact circumstances that you took an action, the same brain chemistry, same life experience, same genes, same beliefs, values, environment, you could have done otherwise. Okay, perfect. I think medieval, this will be shocking for you, I think medieval people were right. I will disagree with that a bit and think medieval people were right, Thomas Aquinas, and I think free will is determined by our soul. I wouldn't call it a soul, but the objective metaphysical essence, and define it like I told you, the consequences of that objective metaphysical essence that we all have, specifically as human beings. In that sense. Okay, I have to go back to the previous location. How can I say something that seems so old-fashioned in that sense of free will? Well, the first thing that I was going to comment. Free will or compatibilities? Free will. Cultural determinism plays a role, but I think at the end of the day you have the last word. I'll begin with a practical example and then get into the metaphysics because otherwise it won't make any sense. And I know that what I say sounds quite old-fashioned. Imagine that you are a prisoner not in our countries. Compatibility free will says that free will and determinism are compatible. Basically, compatibilism says that even if determinism is true, you are free if you act in accordance with your desires, beliefs, values, and reasons without coercion. Okay, if I had to pick one out of the two, I would lean towards the libertarian one, but still would add the like what I'm going to mention to you. Practical example, and then I get into metaphysics. Practical example. Imagine that you are a prisoner. Why I believe in the metaphysical essence defining free will. Imagine that you are a prisoner in Africa. Not in Europe, not in South America, not in North America, Africa. You are a prisoner of an African warlord since you are 5 years old. Like, freedom denied right from the get-go. Right from the get-go. Right as you are born. Okay? No money, no probability of escaping, nothing, nothing at all. 3 more caches. The datapad does give you fairly precise locations for your next objective. 3 more caches. Ventilation maintenance, water treatment plant, and arid wastes. Okay, 3 more caches. Pretty much. Imagine that. Even under those circumstances, even under those circumstances, even under those terrible circumstances, imagine in Africa, since you are born always a prisoner of the African warlord of the territory or whatever. Imagine that. Like, no probability of of anything of having any freedom. Even under those circumstances, in your mind, in your mind, you can still choose to think that all of that is wrong. Okay? Okay? In your mind, you can still think all of that is wrong. Or whatever observation of reality you can do. And from there, you can derive the rest of an amplified free will. From there, hopefully, if the situation improves or whatever. So in that sense, I agree with that. I think the person, at the end of the day, even if cultural determinism, the most extreme one here, being born in Africa, the poor child had no possibility of doing anything. Sadly, sad situation, sad situation. Even under those circumstances, he could think freely. Our mind is the one thing that no one can control, really, in that sense. So, extrapolated, extrapolated to the metaphysics, what determined that? What determined that possibility of thinking that? The objective, the subjective portion of the definition, I will agree with you that was the brain chemistry. That's the subjective element. For me, all metaphysical entities are composed of a subjective and an objective element. We'll get into metaphysics. That's the subjective element. The brain chemistry calls it the brain to have a perception of reality. But then there's the objective one. The objective component that allowed the chemical process to happen is the objective metaphysical essence of the entity. I know it's quite abstract, that's why I first said the example of the African kid. In his mind, he is able to think that. Why is he able to think that? The brain chemistry is a subjective component. The objective one is the metaphysical essence. What's the metaphysical essence? Called the soul by the church and etc. I would define it differently as atheist, realist. I would define it as the objective composition of molecules and particles of the framework of the brain that allowed the thought, the subjective thought, and the chemical process to think about freedom and override the cultural determinism. Okay, I believe in that existence of an objective metaphysical essence, an objective composition of molecules and particles that our perception of objective metaphysical reality cannot change. Okay? That's why I don't believe in rainbow flag components of our society and etc. But let's use a more neutral example that I always give. So this is a gaming mouse, okay? Chaotic chemistry, just so you understand how I think, how I conceive reality, because to talk about philosophy is needed. This is a gaming mouse. Imagine if I said it's a chair. What you are asking me about freedom is quite similar. Imagine I said it's a chair. Regardless of which of the two definitions you choose, the key there that I see, why I would apply mine and those might be wrong, or I see them, I would modify them at least, is that none of them explained why freedom can exist like that. I care about the why. Imagine that I tell you, so I do disagree. Yeah, no problem. I don't believe we have a soul. I do think we have only our mind and body. Both the mind and the body are natural. Yeah, no problem, no problem. Most people disagree with well, most. uh, 50-50. Natural pillow will love you. Both mind and body are natural things that obey natural laws. Natural laws are either deterministic, caused by prior events, or indeterministic. There's an event of randomness or quantum, or in quantum mechanics. If it's determined, then it was the only possible outcome. If I was determined, then it's random and by definition outside of your control. In both cases, free will is impossible. So you think there is no free will? You think it's all conditioned? Okay, okay, no problem. Uh, Basically, what I would say is that yes, I think that we can determine. In the end of the day, even under the worst of circumstances, as I told you, a child that is in an African colony, like without any free will, can still think and deem it wrong. And if it can be deemed wrong in his mind, the key there that I would say is ask ourselves why he could come to that process. Why he could come to that process? A lot of the modern relativist people, most of the population will say because of a natural process of the brain, a chemistry. Well, but why did it happen? It ignores the objective component, and the objective component is the objective composition of molecules and particles. What I would argue against that is that, as I told you, can I say that this is a chair? Right? It's a gaming mouse. Why can I say that it's a gaming mouse and not a chair? This is the part in which people don't. It's a part that relativism decided to ignore and believe in free will, but I think we still have agency. I like by agency I mean the capacity to analyze consequences, be sensible to accept or reject desires. Well, and like, but why does it happen? Why does it happen? Why can those exist? I focus on the why always. Why those exist? Why does agency exist? I would, I can provide us my perception in that sense. Maintenance tunnel. There we go. Ventilation maintenance. Ventilation maintenance is that one. Ventilation maintenance. Ventilation maintenance is that one. We have to get over there. I would say that why can that happen? Why this exists? That's a good question. Why that? All of the ones that you said, like the agency, the capacity to analyze the consequences, be sensible to reasons, etc. Why do they exist? Why do they exist? Would be the thought that I can offer you. Why why do they exist? Why do they exist? I can reply to you that most relativists will tell you they exist because of a chemical reaction of the brain, basically. And I think that's not a satisfactory answer. Chemical reaction of the brain. Like a relativist will tell you, I have thoughts, that's it. I think it's a very simplistic analysis of reality in that sense. So because of that, I would say that they exist. You can come to all of those conclusions, just like the African child could come to the conclusion that everything that happened in his life was wrong, morally, objectively morally wrong, because we have an objective metaphysical essence, an objective composition of molecules and particles that allow us to reach them, to have the chemical reactions in the brain, and pretty much reach all of those conclusions in that sense. I think it's not, we cannot stop the analysis at the point in which we say, well, we have a chemical reaction in our brain and pretty much that's it. That would be a more relativist approach if you ask me. A more realist approach is this one. There's an objective reality which so far is that the human body and everything in it, all of the minerals were present in stardust, in that sense. And I think from there, the objective composition of molecules and particles, the essence, they call it soul. As I tell you, they call it objective metaphysical essence. That's determine it, in that sense. Some scientists will tell you that is because it was evolutionary, beneficial for us to be able to do that. Like intelligence serves its purpose by helping us to create new ways to improve our survival. But what you are saying is still an open question in philosophy called the hard problem of consciousness. Hard problem basically asks how can dead matter give rise to subjective experience, and science still can't explain the subjective experience. I base what I tell you through empirical evidence. In that sense, what can I offer you the Thomist system? I observe that a chair cannot be a mouse. Even if everyone on Earth, imagine that a super government took control of Earth, right? All of our countries, all of them. It doesn't matter the quantity or anything. Imagine this, and tells us just like in the example above, below, sorry, that I have written so long ago. Imagine that it convinces all of us that this should be called chair. Would it metaphysically be a chair if all of us agree to call it a chair? No, because the composition of molecules and particles is still different. That would be my argument. Our perception of objective metaphysical reality does not overwrite it. That's what I can offer you as answer to that very difficult question, regardless of scientists and etc. I think scientists nowadays are quite wrong about that one thing, that they think perception can override objective reality, and I think perception has to subordinate itself to objective reality. Why? Because thoughts cannot modify matter, as you are saying. Thoughts do not directly modify matter. Actions modify matter. Actions are derived from thoughts, but they are the ones that modify matter, not thoughts. So if thoughts don't modify matter, only actions modify matter. Water treatment plant is the next one, people. A water treatment plant, where could it be? Excavation site, ventilation shaft, excavation site, Damn it. Dang it, I think I'm going to run out of time. Ridgecrest cliffside, dilapidated waterworks, there. Water treatment plant. Here we go, second one. I don't know how anyone was meant to do all of this in 2 hours, honestly. It's absolutely crazy, people. So, what I observe in objective metaphysical is that thoughts do not modify it. So if thoughts cannot overwrite it, but actions, I do believe that matter can be born out of nothingness. This has been, I think it has already been verified, or all indicates that it can be like that. That from an ethereal composition, a physical one can be born, but not directly, I would argue. It's not that you think about a chair right now and the chair appears right now, right in front of me as I am doing the stream with you people. There needs to be an action, a correlation in reality for it. So, since that is the case, that correlation with reality needs to happen. And if that needs to happen, there needs to be a metaphysical essence. There needs to be a metaphysical essence that gives birth to those thoughts. Okay, the other one is in the center, people. I better hurry it up, because otherwise, I don't know if then you cannot do it, but it would be absolutely tragic if that's the case. Then otherwise I'll do it off stream and whatever. And here I thought I was going to be able to do both of the hidden chain quests in one day, and we are only with the first one. In that sense, you mentioned how metaphysically a chair is different from a mouse because of the molecules that form of each of these objects. Not only does the number of atoms and atomic elements matter to create the two objects, but hang on, sorry. All but also the way the elements combine with each other and the geometric position they form. Exactly, the epistemic evidence, precisely. If I'm not mistaken, it was epistemic evidence. Pretty much, pretty much. For example, the way they interact with each other, all of it is absolutely different. I completely agree with this. So even if we all agree to call it a chair, it still won't be a chair. It still won't be a chair. Oh, but everyone calls it like that. It doesn't change the fact that the combination of molecules and particles in time and space, that's the part that he's mentioning, the objective combination of molecules and particles in time and space is subjective. It's not affected by my perception of it if everyone calls it a chair, for example. This is what I argument and apply to game reviews and etc. And what I constantly mention in that sense. It's like that. I believe in that. But not just subjectively perceive it and believe because of that. Not just because of a chemical process, because it's the objective observation of objective metaphysical reality. If I think those the way the two objects combine in time and space is different, does it change the fact of how they combine themselves? Does thinking change how those molecules got intertwined with themselves and etc.? No. This is something that most people nowadays don't understand, sadly, because of relativism, and that's why I don't like all of those relativist philosophers, precisely, and etc., and like realism, precisely because of that. Precisely because of that. Uh, Chaotic. I think that matter can be born out of nothing, but there needs to be that process that you are describing first. And I think it's valid to call that process soul because we cannot. I would still say that it wasn't created directly by God and etc. as explanation for the existence of the universe, but I would say that calling it objective metaphysical essence in the objective combination of molecules and particles in time and space is perfectly valid to determine the origin of free will. I would say it like that. In that sense, I wouldn't be like the scientists that are saying that they are still investigating the origin of it. I would say that, and we cannot use this long. Imagine if I had to repeat this long definition every time. The part of soul being acceptable, it's a lexical component of my thought. You cannot say every time objective metaphysical essence, which is the objective arrangement of molecules and particles and atoms and the way they form in time and space. See, that is not a. If all of that is condensed in one word called soul, if the person can explain it, as I'm saying, it is true that there are also religious people who are unable to explain this, and that is wrong. They should be able to explain this even more, with even more reason, they should be able to explain that. Uh, Arid wastes. We have to go to arid wastes. Which one is it? Excavations. But you cannot say all of that definition every time you have to name it. I think soul is like a good lexical condensation of all of this explanation that I'm saying. The problem is that most people are unable to do all of this and just blindly repeat soul. It's not that I blindly repeat it. I say it non-religiously in that sense, but in with all of this explanation behind it. Uh, People should be able to explain all of that, all of this, but you cannot expect that. Sadly, nowadays you cannot. you sadly cannot expect all of these uh, out of the population. Sadly, we should be able to, but sadly we are not. Absolutely sadly, absolutely sadly, but it's the reality. That's why you see what I tell you, subordinate perception to reality is the opposite process in that sense. Um, no, it's not through there. Where's the last one? Abandoned bunker, staging area, arid wastes. There. Okay, we have to go over here. So, if the person can say all of this explanation that I'm mentioning to you, objective arrangement of molecules and particles in time and space, and etc., arid wastes, good. And it's right over at a corner. Right here? Yeah, it's right there. So we have to go over there. So I would say that I would encourage people to be able to say all of this, and the way they interact, the particles, and etc. But I don't know if you agree with me that lexically, in our day-to-day talk, uh, if it was another name, I would also be okay with it. But I think that you cannot say all of these as an explanation when the word soul was like more practical terms. Otherwise, I would say objective arrangement of molecules and particles in time and space with that specific. I agree with you with the specific combination and all of that. Here it has to be here. Yeah, there it is. But for the practical usage of repeating all of these, I think soul in that sense is actually located outside of the market. Of course, it's the actual repulsor wouldn't be just another cryptic node. The key information from this node comes from the following paradox. And here's the visual hint. If you want to try and figure it out yourself, don't read the next sentence unless you want more information. And you might think that that's how Francis schematic. The repulsor only can actually be found at the end of the southernmost dock entrance of Hellbreaker's compound. Okay, so Heartbreaker's compound. Okay. Okay, so basically there. So it's that. It's for practical terms. I would call it. I would say it's for practical terms. For practical terms. Search the area. What area? Heartbreaker's compound. Dirty workshop. Abandoned bunker. Hang on. The key information for the note. Yourself, no. Don't read it. Heartbreaker. You might think that the fancy schematic repulsive for an action room as I did. About one of the users. The repulsor unit can actually be found at the end of the southernmost dock entrance at the Heartbreaker's compound. Okay, where's the Heartbreaker's compound? Heartbreaker's compound. Let me check, people. Let me check if I found it. But basically that. I would say that. I would say that soul is for lexical practicality. In a sense that it condensed everything that I mentioned. Pretty much. In that sense. That condenses everything. It's just that we cannot say all of that. Every time we define it. We can, but I think, in that sense, for practicality, I would. I would. I would accept the definition of soul in that sense because otherwise you have to define all of that every time you repeat the concept, and it's just not practical to do so. It's just not practical to do so in that sense. So yeah, it's like a good a good term to condense everything that encompasses all of these concepts that I agree in a lot of cases with them. So pretty much. Uh, so yeah, yeah. And hidden chain warehouse, no. Freight center, no. So yeah, and no problem if you should you ever disagree with it. Pillow has said has disagreed with me much worse in that case, and no worries. From me, you will never get a problem regarding those at all. If you don't think there's an objective metaphysical essence, and that it's valid to call it soul, that it's valid to call it a soul, uh, no problem at all. No problem at all. In that sense, because at that point it's more of a problem of lexical definition than description, because I would agree with the final part of your description of metaphysically how the objects are in that sense. Because there are people, what you said by the end goes against like a lot of the modern relativists thought that our mind defines objective metaphysical reality. That's pretty much the one thing that I think relativism has been superseded in that sense, fixed in terms of for realism. If there's an objective component of molecules and particles, how you define it at that point is like, well, abandoned bunker, staging area, abandoned bunker, dark maintenance network. Uh, Possibly find the southernmost dock entrance of the Heartbreakers compound. Yeah, but where is it? Dang it. Hang on. So I don't waste all of my time. Let me see how to access it. I don't think it's like I don't think it will keep counting the minutes if I look. The Heartbreakers compound. How to access the Heartbreakers compound? I need to search people and to search how to access the Heartbreakers compound. Basically. Ah, hang on. What happened? It exploded, pretty much. Hang on, people, huh? I don't want to ruin all of the quest chain because of this, in that sense. Hang on. I hope it doesn't count when you log out. So, Heartbreakers. Compound. Compound. Rhu-Nuk. Compound Rhu-Nuk. Let's see. Because it has that timer there. Let me see if let's see if you have previously discovered it. If not, you may need to navigate through the surrounding areas. You should be able to reach Heartbreaker's compound, but how do you get there? Quick travel, there should be a quick travel point. Select it from your map and directly travel there. Dang it. Let me check if it actually saves the debuff. If it actually saves the debuff. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on, people. I know you cannot see. I know you cannot see. Hang on. Hang on. We are by the end of it. We're by the end of it. Hang on. Hang on. Search the galaxy. Search the galaxy. It takes a little bit to make sure. Fly to Meksha. Ah, of course, it's another planet. Or not? Yeah. Yeah, of course, it's another planet. That's why. You have to go to Meksha. Of course. It's another planet, people. That's the problem. That's the problem. Hang on, hang on. It's another planet. It's another planet. That's what it didn't indicate. It's another planet. You have to go to Meksha. You have to go to Meksha, of course. That's why I would have never found it. Of course. Oh, come on. It's at Meksha. Oh, it's not opening now. Damn it. Damn it, people. Damn it. That will. Doesn't open. Here, go. Open. It's over at Meksha. Okay, that's why I was not going to find. Quick travel to the taxi to the Heartbreakers compound in the far northeast. Far northeast of Meksha. You have to go to Meksha. Far northeast. Okay. Far northeast. I have to go to Meksha. Okay, now I see. Okay, people. I want to see also if the timer keeps going even if you log out. Then in case I have to do it offline. Because I see they are taking a lot of time. And you like to really speed up the process. Okay, here. No, I lost the buff, I think. Could it be? I think I lost the buff. Repulsor unit, search the area. Hang on. You cannot log out. What if your internet disconnects? If that's the case. That's terrible. That's absolutely terrible. Absolutely terrible. Hang on. I think the buff already fulfilled its purpose. Pretty much. The game imploded. Nice. Oh well, people. We'll take it with ease. I don't think the objective didn't reset, pretty much. The objective didn't reset. Search the area. Repulsor unit. It's in recovering repulsor. Change stage. Any clues you discover? Hang on, let me check. When you find your third stash, a datapad will pop out that you can right click. The hidden datapad. When you find your third stash, datapad will pop out that you can right click. I didn't do that, I think. Let me go back there. Hang on. Hang on. Stage generator. The good part is that I think that there. Staging area. Where's staging area? Staging area? Here. Okay, it's this one. It's this one, okay. Right, the one we are facing. Okay, good. I think the quest is still there. Oh well, chaotic chemistry. In case you got to go. Thank you for the amazing conversation. No problem with disagreeing on all of those things. At all. It makes the stream absolutely rich. It makes the stream absolutely rich, and also thank you, Patrick, for visiting me always at the beginning of the stream. That I know that in Hungary there it's also late. So thanks to anyone who might have taken the time to visit me today in that sense. So let's see if I can save this and we can finish our treasure hunt here, because it would be quite miserable if the buff ran out of... If we ran out of time for the buff. I don't think so. Because pretty much if you log out due to inactivity or something, resetting it would be cruel at this point. Way too cruel. Otherwise I do it offline, but anyways, doesn't matter. So there should be a datapad close to the cache. Datapad close to the cache. The cache was over there. It should drop a datapad there in the cache. That I think I skipped. There. Yeah, I didn't loot it. I skipped this. Conspicuous note. Search the galaxy for the relic. Okay, and now we go to Meksha. Okay. Search the galaxy for the relic. You go to Meksha. Okay, now I see it. Meksha relic. Now we have to fly to Meksha, people. Pretty much. Now we have to fly to Meksha. We have to travel to Meksha. Over there. So good. 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 We are about to make it. Dang, it's taking me the whole stream to do this. This is absolutely brutal. This is the most brutal, really, the most brutal Datacron I've ever had. And here I thought I was going to be able to do the Kesan's landing one easy. Fortunately, it's not timed. My god, because it's the longest Datacron I've ever seen. It's brutally long. Well, true, I've been debating a bit on stream, but still, it's absolutely brutal. So we have to go to Heartbreaker's compound over at Meksha, the third bay over at the far northeast. The relic is in a glowing blue box on the farthest south dock, outside the compound. And this should be the last one. Well, let's see. Quick travel, protect the government. Far northeast. Hopefully I unlocked all of this area. Yeah, I did it. There it is. Heartbreaker's compound. I did it because I did all of the storylines, so you also have to do the storyline here. This is absolutely incredible. This Datacron is brutal in that sense, people. This Datacron is brutal in that sense. Third dock. The good thing is that when verifying that that I could log out, there's the box. There it is. It has to be that one. that I could verify. That I could verify that it's not timed. It's not timed because I could log out. Ah, install the repulsor unit. Install the repulsor unit. Left click the blue repulsor unit quest. In your quest tracker doesn't work, so you have to do it here. Sometimes happens. Fly back to Rhu-Nuk. Quick travel to dilapidated waterworks. Okay. Attempt to use the repulsor pad. We fly back to Rhu-Nuk. This is getting brutal, people. This is the most brutal Datacron I've ever seen. The nightmares are finally not over. They are not over, shit. You have one final step before you can finish this mission. The repulsor unit needs to be recharged and you need to use macro binoculars to find energy anomalies. Damn. Damn. God damn it. God damn it. God damn it. What a beast. This is absolutely criminal, people. This is absolutely criminal. It's a 4-hour Datacron. At minimum. At minimum. Okay, so you have one final step. The repulsor unit needs to be recharged and use the macro binoculars. Yeah, I think this one. What on earth? This was brutal. This cast is brutal. We are still not done, apparently. Explosion. Repulsor unit. Imagine doing this without a fucking gun. So we are step 8. Install, no, 9. Attempt to use the repulsor. Fly back to Rhu-Nuk and then quick travel to dilapidated waterworks. Dilapidated waterworks. On the taxi pad you can walk over a large metal circle on the ground. What do you mean? And? This? Reserves depleted, unable to activate. This is a repulsor pad. Fly back to Rhu-Nuk. Accepted. Find a way to charge the repulsor unit. Quick travel to the quarry overlook or taxi to the upper quarry. Quarry overlook. Pretty much. Quarry overlook. Quarry overlook. I don't see that shit here. Or through taxi to... That one is more indicative of it. The upper quarry. So it has to be that one.
Enjoy your stay.
Has to be that one. Left click the scanner. Quick travel to the quarry overlook or taxi to the upper quarry. Then take the tunnel slightly to the south to get to the ventilation tunnels. Okay, the ventilation tunnels. The point is the ventilation tunnels. Ventilation tunnels, ventilation tunnels, ventilation tunnel, ventilation shaft. There it is. The point is that we have to go there. We have to go there. Damn, this Datacron hunt has been amazing. I have to congratulate to the dev all of the work that didn't go into balancing the game, into doing a lot of other things, definitely went into this shit. Definitely went into this. My god, imagine doing this shit. Imagine doing this shit without a guide. Imagine doing this shit without a guide, people. Two guides. I am actually having to use two, because you can left click the scanner in your quest tracker to use it and scanner frame. You can left click. Found once the scanner also glows yellow. We have to scan the area. That's it. Fuck. Uh, here? No, it's not that. What do we have to scan for? Fortunately, this is not timed. Most Datacrons aren't like this. They're like just getting to a location. Energy? There, the energy. We found the batteries. One is insufficient to charge the repulsor activation. Insufficient. And the third one works magically. Insufficient. Everything is insufficient. This one? Insufficient as well. Insufficient as well here. Another macro binocular. I don't see how all of this shit is insufficient, but well. We are at 10. I don't know. Here. Leave it there. No. Leave it here. Leave it here, because some details that are on one guide aren't on the other one. Let's go to the other one. Let's see. Hang on, people. Hang on. Hang on. But what the fuck? The one with the seemingly infinite towers of electricity. Done with. Ah, but it doesn't say which one. And can turn in the mission and have what you need to obtain the Datacron. But find a way to recharge. Scan for energy. What on earth? But where is it, the source of energy? None of the guides say where it is. And it's the last step. What the fuck? I scanned them all. I scanned them all. I've scanned them all. Give me a good vantage point. But it's just random. Will fully charge the energy repulsor unit. And okay, it's random. Charge it. Thank you. Activate the repulsor pad. Okay. We are done with all of the prerequisites after 4 hours and 48 minutes to activate the repulsor pad. Okay. Only after 3 hours and 48 minutes. Well, let's take and obtain the Datacron. Okay. Datacron guide unlocked. Okay. The Datacron on Rhu-Nuk is accessible only after you complete 3 long relic hunt missions. Activate the repulsor pad. Once you obtain the repulsor unit, return the relic. What? Well, the objective is quite evident. Let's just follow the objective so we don't lose any more time. The platforming is considerably easier. What you have to do to get other Datacrons, but you have to be fast and precise because you still don't have a whole lot of room to move around, and there are knockbacks that you have to avoid. Oh, but I think we first have to return the relic. Or not. It doesn't say so. Hang on, because then I see I return the relic. And... And... Okay. Da-da-da-da-da. Does mouse have multiple blue glowing boxes? The blue... Okay, activate the repel. Quick travel to dilapidated workworks. Dilapidated waterworks. I will not turn in anything at this point. Activate the repulsor pad. On the taxi pipe, go stand in environment. See glowing slide green and you will get a temporary ability bar with a jetpack icon you can use. Huh? What? I just saw it. What happened? What? I couldn't do it. You have to charge it again or what? Do I have the repulsor unit? Huh?
Ready for departure. Enjoy your stay.
I don't understand. I don't understand. Maybe there was another data pad or what?
Enjoy your stay.
Maybe I had to charge it again. I don't get it. I don't get it. Is that one? Or maybe I had to charge it again. Maybe I charged another one. Was... The action ability... It appeared. It appeared for a second. But then it didn't. Maybe they have to go in a specific order. With a jetpack icon you can use. But I didn't use a jetpack icon. And I saw it glow green once, but I didn't use the ability. Maybe I had to charge it again. Or what? Return the relic. You can use, but it doesn't say use it. Return the relic. Return the relic. Okay. Let's us follow the objective.
Destination.
Return the relics. Maybe it auto... Maybe it auto-completed and I skipped it. The objective updated immediately. I think it auto-completed at this point. Return the relic. The relic by right-clicking the third glowing blue table. The objective does seem to have updated. Third glowing blue table. Okay, using the relics. The three relics are in place. Okay, you skip it if you quick travel. Don't do that. Use the jump datapad because there you probably retrieve this relic that I skipped here. Once you turn in the relics, you will unlock a buff that you can use by right-clicking the glowing blue table you originally turned it into. So if you want to use your new jetpack, just right-click the third glowing blue table. Ah, okay. Or prototype. Repulsor. Persist through death, they will go away if you leave the planet. But you can easily pick them up again when you return. Okay, good. So the jetpack is right there. Can I pick another one? The bus, using self-replenishing steam, the movements have been in 3. You feel very awake. This one increases movement speed. Prototype missile attachment. That's very good if it's weak. Okay, so you get the 3 buffs, but the one that you need is the repulsor unit mostly. Okay, so you get the buffs after 4 hours almost. Jump pads. Some places you can use your jump pad with the quarry. And here you start with. And here you start with the doing the jumping for the Datacron. Okay, so let's get to it. There's no more in this. No more in this. Starting point. Okay, so we unlock the buffs. We'll start from, I don't know. Let's try dilapidated waterworks. Starting point for the Rhu-Nuk Datacron is a narrow opening in the side rock of the main side. So the starting point for the Rhu-Nuk Datacron is a narrow opening in the side of the rock of the overgrown mining site. Since the initial path is narrow and the camera doesn't like that, I recommend dismissing your companion for this part. Yeah, no problem. I think the companion is going to bother. So it's in. Let me check the map. Okay, and there it activates. What happens if I activate it? Let's see. Show it to me. Okay, it's nothing. It was just a test drive. Okay. Okay, no. So the Datacron is not here, people. The Datacron needs to be found once you unlock the 3 buffs, otherwise you can't. In the overgrown mining site. Let me check the local area. Hang on, let's jump from here. It activates there. Good, everything is working. After 4 hours we have the 3 components. Now we need to find the area. No, let's not quick travel. We have to find the overgrown mining site. Mining site. The tunnel, the overgrown mining site. Okay. Which is the closest point here? Good. We go through there, and from there we will access it. And now the real Datacron hunt starts. And sadly, I'm running out of time. It's 9 p.m. Okay. God damn it. Okay, well, no matter. It should be the ending. So we'll stay a bit more. We should do the ending. This is the most brutal Datacron hunt I've seen. I gotta say it. It's the most brutal Datacron hunt I've seen. Like classic Datacrons in this game you do this part directly without doing any hidden chain quest craziness and etc. at all. But well, this was this one was a really accelerating experience, a really amazing experience. Or will be. We'll see if we'll get it because there's some platforming, but this should be the ending. Okay, let me clear the zone here. Done and done. Okay, we should be in position. No, we are not in position. It's a bit more. It's a bit more over here. Let me see. Uh-huh. Has to be this one. Has to be something like this. Ah no, you get inside of the rock formation. This? Yep, it's this one. Okay, yeah, it's definitely this one. Dang. With some things exploding. What the fuck? Oh my god, this is claustrophobic. Can I climb? Let's see. My lord. Okay. As you walk along, you learn that Lambro cactus plants in this little cave explode shortly after you near them. If you remain near the receptacle, you'll take a small amount of damage. If you're going straight, you end up at a dead end next to a rope, backpack, and a note all of which do nothing. Yes, we are here. And you actually walk past the correct path, which actually will be on your right as you walk towards the entrance, or on your left if you are coming in. Shit. Shit. Aha, through here. More cactus plants. My lord. This is the most brutal Datacron I've seen. Okay, so far. Okay, we do it, we do that. You will soon see the backpack, note and rope below you. Your path continues up. Climb the rocks. We have to climb. I can barely see shit, eh? Because on top of that, my monitor is... Okay, the bubble will illuminate me a bit. I'll keep the lightsaber out and the bubble. The bloom there is helping me. Remember that my monitor is made so blacks are real blacks. I have it for Skyrim. Oh, careful, more cactus. And this is how you fall, I see. And this is how you fall. And this is how you fall. Ah, nice. Nice. I'm beginning to wonder why you need to get the buffs for this. At the top, you'll see the mountain. Do not stop here. There are a ton of exploding Lambro. You'll get knocked off and have to redo this path. And now the repulsor unit and raid combat encounter. You pass on the edge, reach this repulsor unit. Make sure to summon your companion. If it isn't out, since you're... Make sure to summon your companion if it isn't out, since you will aggro enemies as soon as you land. Let me change Shay to heal roll. There. Okay. I will be a bit cautious and add this here. As I said, yes. Do not stop. Oh my freaking god. Shit. Okay. Done. Activate the repulsor unit. Careful with those cactuses. Shit, this is the part. Here, in case there's more of those cactuses. Oh my god, you can easily get killed here if you are not well geared with these two. I mean, not me, but I'm at full power, but someone who isn't used to combat in this game can. A novice can. These ones can easily kill him if he's using a shitty comp. Hang on, I will reactivate the buff, the buff, the face walk, just in case we get knocked. These are quite hard to kill for some stupid mobs. You get a medical droid here, in case you got killed. In case you got killed, I hope you respawn there. Okay, let's see. Okay, the mobs attack you as soon as you not defeat them. Cave tentacles. Near the vendor droid, find the hole in the ground and get in it. Okay. Hole in the ground. Hole on the ground? What? Ah, yeah, true. Leap into it. Here we go, people. To the unknown. Cave tendril. Cave tentacles. Maybe a cave. Be careful about the knockback from the red circles they place on you. I think I can kill them, huh? If I kill them, it doesn't. Okay. Okay, you kill them and. Sorry, I'm back. I was talking to your mom and your friend. No problem. No problem. Sorry for leaving without warning. No problem. No problem. Anyways, I was finishing. I am finishing the hunt here, pretty much, and I had replies. No problem. Chaotic chemistry. I just said that I thank you and Patrick for visiting me today. I always thank everyone for anyone who visited me today. No. And if you have to go, I wish you a good night and weekend. As I'm about to. I can hear the Datacron people. Listen. I can already listen the Datacron. The legendary sound of the Datacron. Mm. The push persists even after the tentacle has been defeated. Do not leap to the first tentacle. That is a dead end. Okay. A few more tentacles to defeat and jumps. Okay. Easiest way for a juggernaut or an assassin. No, I'm not that. I'm a sorcerer. Let me illuminate a bit. I need to focus for this part. No worries, Chaotic Chemistry, and thank you from the bottom of my heart for being the 62nd follower of the stream, and a pleasure for me, and a pleasure for me discussing philosophy at any moment with you. I stream on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and a lot of people come here and debate philosophy and society and all with me. In that sense, so thank you from the bottom of my heart. I was finishing here hunting the Datacron if you would like to stay, and otherwise I was just finishing the stream, so thank you from the bottom of my heart for visiting me. Okay, it's to the left. You have to go down a bit. Right there, where my pets are, actually. Hang on, Hang on, because once you do the jump, otherwise everything goes to shit. I will... Ah, dang it, I marked. I have my face walk deployed. Here, I can do it like this. Just in case I'm wrong, I'll leave it there. Oh! Kill the tentacle. Here. Oh, I see the problem. I need to kill them fast. I need to rip them apart fast. That one's down. This one's dead. Shit! I probably shouldn't have done that. That's why I have my face walk, people. That's why I have my face walk. That's why I have my face walk. That was easy to. That was so easy for it to happen. I can hear it. That sound is the sound of the Datacron. No, no, no. Chaotic chemistry. Uh, Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Here, I'll remove heroic moment. I had the right idea. Deploying face walk at the beginning of it. See how easy it was? I should have had to do all of the circuit again. See, I had the right idea. I knew it. The easiest way to do it is with a juggernaut and a scene and an assassin because they can have immunity to knockdowns and you just walk. But no, it's the astute Sork the one that is going to also get it done correctly. Okay, and now they are dead. I have to snipe them, eh? I need to be careful, people. You just saw how easy it was. They persist through death. I know, but I'm killing them way too fast. You just follow the tentacles that evidently want to kill you. Careful, people. The face walk has a limit of 30 meters. So I'll redeploy it here. Besides, it's like a checkpoint. There, the knockback. Okay, we have to get on top of here. Now we jump over there. We are at point 3. We need to get to point number 4. It's just following the path, right? This is the most brutal Datacron I've ever done, people. It's the most brutal. Careful, because if I fall, I don't know if the distance is more than 30 meters. Hang on. Yeah, I have to jump down. I hate jumping down. Like that. I hate jumping down like that. This should be the last jump. Ah, I see the speed boost that the Steam gives you is required. Ah, no, careful, 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 careful. I was about to do something stupid, I think. I can't see shit. Hang on. Is there a platform there? Is there a platform? It says you have to jump up, but I don't think I can make that jump. What? I don't think I can make that jump. I think it's that one. Hang on. Hang on. From 40 to down. I think it's a platform, right? I cannot see it. The tentacle. Yes, there was a platform. If I had jumped here, it would have been. Shit. That was unfortunate. Tentacle, careful. It can knock me. Oh, good. Oh shit. Oh my god. 2 more tentacles. Hang on. I redeploy the face walk in case something fails. Can I stun them? Ah, yeah, I can stun. I don't think so. Ah, they knock you even when immune, eh? Careful, 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 careful. Careful, 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 careful. They knock you even when immune. I had to test that. Okay. It's easy to do this. They have passive that reset the cooldown of their leap. Blah, 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 blah. Allowing you to skip the platforming section completely. We did, and we did it. Don't forget to run. Final combat encounter. When you go back to the server, there will be 2 more encounters for you to combat. First, a hidden Slimbit Master. If you tiny bit. We just follow the path. Okay. Let me redeploy the face walk. Aha! That was scary. That one caught me off guard. I'll admit it. Oh, it's full of those tentacles. Of those. Let's go all out. Let's kill them so fast, so that. What's going on? Don't get laggy now. Shit, what's going on? Here we go. There they exploded. Ah, hi. Ah, true. The polarity shift will give me extra speed that way. And there almost is. Let's use all of our legacy abilities. And here we go, people. There it is. The final Datacron. After doing the hidden chain questline. No, you won't deny me of my prize. We finally did it, people. And here we have it, people, the Datacron. What a great honor. Yes, let us touch it. That beautiful sound. You have located a Datacron, ancient technology once used by the Infinite Empire that can improve your natural attributes. This Datacron was created for a singular purpose, to improve one's mastery attribute. This one is still active. Use it to improve your mastery attribute. Once used, you will no longer be able to access its power. Mastery plus 10. You can feel the increased power coursing through your body. Perhaps there are more to be found. Only one more, and we'll do it next time. Well, listen to the sound. I love listening to the sound. I love listening to the sound of the Datacron. Sadly, I cannot do guild ship calls for it in that sense. Oh well, that one is only good. Otherwise, I could leave my character here and summon them. The rest of my people, the rest of my friends. But it requires a guild ship. It requires a guild ship call, and for that you need to transfer credits. And I think only sub players can do it. What I could do is pull. Anyway, I know, but anyways, the person cannot reach here without the 3 buffs. Well, people. Well, people. There it is. There it is. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Let me take a screenshot with it, because this one was brutal. It's a passive buff. It gives you a passive buff. Let me take a nice screenshot. Let me loot this, otherwise it would be terrible. Let me take a nice screenshot. I think here is good. That it was Control U for the interface. I always love doing this. Remove the interface. To remove it. Pretty. Well, people, there it is. The so chaotic chemistry. Thank you for staying up until the end. Let's take a nice picture of it. This is the original photo mode, people. This is the original photo mode. We didn't have photo mode back then. This is the original photo mode of it. And there we go, a nice screenshot of it. Let me restore the interface. Well, people, there it is. The soul get chaotic chemistry. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for staying up until the end of this Datacron hunt. It gives a passive that makes your attacks hit stronger. And thank you for the great conversation and everything. I stream on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and I love chatting about philosophy. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for discovering the channel, for all of that. Alright, thank you for the chat. I really enjoyed our conversation. Be well, Heart. Same heart for you. It's a pleasure. Besides, you are a neighbor of mine as well. And thank you to you, Patrick, as well, from the bottom of my heart, always for visiting me every single day. And there it is, the soul. See what a nice sound. Like, one was good. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. It was a pleasure the conversation, and anytime we can repeat it. Anytime. It's a pleasure for me. I also have the Discord in case you want to join it. Most of the my members are from Europe. There, all of them almost, and from the US, and it's also open there. We also debate. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. It's been a pleasure. Take care, and people, it's been my pleasure sharing this final 4 hours of the Rhu-Nuk Datacron. I thought we were going to be able to do the Meksha one. We'll do it next time on Tuesday. It's been a pleasure. Have a great weekend, people. Have a great weekend. Chaotic Chemistry and Patrick, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thanks to Pillow as well that visited me on Tuesday up until the end. Um, and to District and Flying Energies also for visiting me all the time. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, people. See you all on Tuesday. Have a great weekend. It's been a pleasure. Bye bye. I'll go have dinner now. There is the soul, people. We've 4 hours. 4 hours. It took 4